views expressed on Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at talkrealsolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of talkrealsolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not talkrealsolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talk Real Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis.
All right. Welcome to the show. This is Talk Real Solutions, and I am your host tonight, Tyrone Thompson. I want to thank you for tuning in. Today is September the 18th, 2025. And if you want to listen to the show on YouTube, all you have to do is click on the link or type in Talk Real Solutions in the search button, and you can find us there. And if you want to call in to the number, all you have to do is call the number at 1-717-908-1834 and hit the access code at 917-324, and I'll get you on the show here, and you can say whatever you want to say. We're having an interesting week. Well, we're having an interesting year since that racist got into office. But if you do call into the show, I just want to ask you just to, be mindful and allow other people to talk. Don't try not to talk over other people, and so they can get their words out. But let me address something while this is on my mind and talking to people. Listen, I'm talking specifically to Sarge, Sarge. Listen, motherfucker. I don't care about you calling in here. You can have all the time in the world that you want to on this damn show. I don't care. The problem is that whenever you start yelling and talking over people, nobody can't say anything, and it kind of throws the conversation off. I know you've been doing it for going on a decade now, but it's one of these things to where the end of the conversation is Tyrone is muting me. I ain't muting your motherfucking ass, idiot. I'm allowing you to come on the goddamn show. If I didn't want you on here, I wouldn't open your goddamn mic. I'm just asking you to abide by the rest of the rules that I ask everybody else to abide by, which is allow people to speak, wait your turn, and then let other people. And I'm asking everybody to do the same thing, and I hope people do it. But just, I don't know, every time that guy get on here and start speaking, I back up and I sit, I let him say what he said. And then when I start to speak, I can't get 2 words in. That shit is aggravating. But I don't mind you talking. I don't mind anybody talking. And I just ask that if you do get a chance to talk, just let a conversation happen so other people can hear it. I think it's the mindset of a childish mindset of you ain't gonna get one up on me or whatever the fuck. I get shit talked about me on here all the damn time. Clearly, it don't affect me, and it shouldn't affect you as an adult. Take it on the chin and move on. It's just a conversation. That's all it is, and that goes for everybody. I mean, if you get embarrassed, you get embarrassed. Somebody talk shit to you. Somebody talk shit to you. I know you want to get back, but I don't know what else to say. Is that it just throws everything off when people start yelling and cussing and not allowing the other person to speak. All right, so that's enough of that. Yeah, so we got a lot going on this week. Fascism is in full effect. This is something that I've already known. This is something that I spoke on for years about white supremacy and racism in this country. And you're watching it take place. There is no other way to interpret what we're going on here. And we have a group of people in this country that has been brainwashed not to see the reality of the change that is going on in this country for the bad, towards dictatorship, towards authoritarianism. And I can't convince them, because these zombies have been preconditioned to accept everything that their political side is telling them. And it wasn't overnight. It wasn't an election cycle. It was years and decades of prepping these fucking brainless idiots to accept anything that comes from their political side. And it started way before Barack Obama. It started in this country. I can say that it has never went away, but I can tell you that, in my opinion, after the Jim Crow era, after civil rights and all of that kind of stuff, there has always been a pushback on black people's progress in this country. And that's what we're witnessing, the evolution of that pushback. I always tell y'all about the KKK and how it was never devolved or got rid of. And the KKK has been persistent in this country, and they remain in our society. They're just dressed down and used to be not as boisterous as they are now, but they're emboldened now. And that's what we're witnessing. We're watching the Ku Klux Klan take over America. And I'm afraid to say it, but we kind of allowed this to happen. We kind of let our ancestors down. We didn't pick up the mantle and continue to carry the torch forward. That is nothing to be proud of, but you can see it in example after example in our community. I know people don't like to point the fingers at themselves, but you got to say when you fucked up. You got to say when you fucked up. And I'm telling you, if nobody else has said it, we as a black community has fucked up in this country by not carrying on and making progress the way our ancestors started. You can see that whenever you watch the Congressional Black Caucus or the NAACP in action, or people like Al Sharpton. He's got a lot of words and a lot of marches, but no action, no policy changes. Right? You can watch it. People at lower levels, like the level that I'm at, as we consume this information through social media nowadays, you can hear the repetition of white supremacy come out of our culture, our time. You hear that when you're talking about the black woman ruined the black family. You hear it when you're talking about the welfare queens or whatever these red pill guys, however they critique our black community. That's coming from the right. So the right has been working on this for a long time, and it's everywhere that people kind of convinced of what they're saying is right, and they bring it back to our community, and they disrupt our political messages. They disrupt our movements. You can look on social media at organizations like Tariq Nasheed have, or Umar Johnson have, or Boyce Watkins have, or ADOS, right? Those organizations, they grow, but they didn't grow like SNCC did. The black organizations or the Black Panthers, those organizations grow in modern time, but they don't produce anything politically. They're not active. You can look at our black church and see that yes, these black churches produce mega pastors with lots of money, lots of fame, make great fucking music, but they don't produce anything politically. Our community is not moving forward the way our ancestors did. Our ancestors was willing to put in the work. And I'm not knocking social media, but the only thing we're willing to do is sit on the computer and talk to a damn microphone or camera phone, and not really go out and engage in the community and get people motivated and involved in politics like that can make a difference. That's not happening. Over the past couple of years, I've noticed that whenever we do have political conversation, instead of us agreeing on a path to go down, you will have 50% of the conversation knocking your conversation down, not moving the conversation forward. We spent years and years on Talk Real Solutions debating politics, and we had a whole bunch of idiots call in here talking about voting down ballot and sitting out the election, and Democrats ain't never did shit for us, and you're on the Democrat plantation and all that kind of bullshit. That's just riffraff that throw off the movement that our ancestors wanted us to continue. You had a lot of people talking about going back to the continent and all of this kind of stuff instead of actually focusing on where you're at. There is nothing wrong. Don't, because I know how sensitive these continental people is. There's nothing wrong about Africa. There's nothing wrong with going back to the continent. There's nothing wrong with any of that. All I'm saying is that is not where you live at. That is not where your children are at. That is not where your ancestors, your immediate ancestors, come from. You are an American. In an American society, and it would be best if we finally figure that out and take charge of our political future. That's all I'm saying. So the African and the Egypt conversation threw us off. It threw us off because you had the Black Woman is God movement and the Sonetta and all of this kind of shit, and the religious debates about Jesus being black and who the real Hebrews is and all of that, and people get caught down that fucking rabbit hole, and you're not talking about anything productive, but you get a lot of fucking social media views and a lot of these religious mindsets that want to sit up and hear hours and hours of useless debates, not accomplishing a damn thing. Listen, Talk Real Solution used to spend hours and hours debating about that same bullshit. And what was the results? Nothing political was accomplished. A lot of people learned how to cuss really well, get angry, make valid points, but nothing political was accomplished. It's wasted time whenever you sit around on social media and just spend your time debating and talking about who the fuck lived by the Nile River in Africa and who was a black Egyptian and all of that kind of bullshit. It's just a waste of motherfucking time for an African American. Now, if you want to educate yourself, there is nothing wrong with educating yourself on the history of the world and how we got to where we are right now. But we're living in a time now where we watching the white man roll back every fucking single accomplishment that our ancestors provided for us. We're living in a time right now where literal lynchings are happening in America. We're living in a time right now where the white man is so fucking savage and outrageous that he's taking his gun and he's running up into goddamn schools and shooting up every goddamn body. Snipers off of a fucking building. There was a news story recently where this white man just killed 3 police officers. This is the time that we're living in. We're living in a time right now where the government is literally rounding up people, putting them on boats and planes and sending them to fucking concentration camps. The government of the United States has built a fucking concentration camp in Florida, and they're putting people in there called alligator Alcatraz. I know it's been condemned or something now, but the fact is that the government has done that. That's a fucking fact. And what is Black America talking about? Now, I understand with this past election where these people voted against their own interests and Kamala Harris lost. And I understand not want to be involved in their protests. I understand that we don't owe them a damn thing. We don't owe them shit. As a matter of fact, this country owes us every motherfucking thing. There ain't no doubt in my mind about that. But whenever I heard that story about people actually getting lynched in 2025 and the police department coming out saying that they couldn't find no wrongdoings, and other news report was saying that the person that was hung, he had a broke arm and a broke leg. I'm like, what the fuck is going? How can you have a broke arm and a broke leg and be injured and still manage to hang yourself? That's not even possible. But the police are saying that they didn't see any wrongdoing or. So what I'm trying to say is, whenever I heard somebody got lynched, if that's what's going on in this country, it's time to take a different course. Now, I understand the whole political debate about FAFO and all that kind of stuff, but if they're killing black people, the conversation needs to be changed. And that's if they're killing black people, the conversation needs to be changed. If they're killing black people and saying, you know, that he stumped over a damn stone and fucked around and hung himself and giving those type of excuses, the conversation needs to change. There needs to be a conversation about mobilization, strategy, and how we're going to react. Because that means that one day, at some point in time, it is perfectly reasonable to think that they might come for your ass and your family and your child in college. So you got to defend yourself. You got to prepare to defend yourself. Because with these white racist motherfuckers, they're not stopping. They are implementing that Project 2025. They're going MAGA strong. And they're not stopping. They're silencing your free speech in this country. And since that racist that got the tracheotomy got murdered by another white boy, They want to blame black people. And then the country is literally forcing people to mainstream white supremacy and racism by forcing you to not say bad things about Charlie Kirk. Fuck Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was a fucking racist. Fuck him. He was a piece of shit racist. And all of this sensitivity around the way he died ain't got shit to do with Tyrone. It was his own rhetoric that riled up the gun culture. It was his own rhetoric that said public executions was okay. It was his rhetoric that created an environment that spawned a person to go out and seek revenge. That ain't got nothing to do with me. He was sitting in one of the whitest states in America, had at a white school, a white audience participating in his racist ass white conversation, and a white motherfucker laid down on top of the building and took his life. That ain't got shit to do with me. So why in the hell is the government trying to silence people that has an opinion about how this racist live? Because they're trying to mainstream the Ku Klux Klan ideology. They're trying to make it palatable to where it's okay for them to call you a nigger. It's okay for them to discriminate against you. It's okay for them to bullshit you when you're going to get a house loan. Because whenever you go file a complaint, they're going to say we live in a country that don't discriminate. There's no laws against what I'm doing here because you're black. There's no regulations that tell me I have to do anything for you because of your skin color. Because they're systematically taking away the protections that was put in place by our ancestors with the help of a fucking coon sitting on the Supreme Court that's licking master boots. These people are not playing. I told y'all, I kind of apprehensively was telling y'all that America is done. There is no more democracy in America. And I know it's hard for people to see that because for a lot of us, our conditions have not really changed. You may see a little bit higher prices at the gas station or in the grocery store. And if you're out there trying to rent, you know rent is going. You see those type of changes, but is that really affecting you? A lot of us, because we are who we are, and we're used to just putting our shoulders into it and making it happen. We don't look at those type of changes as a change that is going to really affect our entire community in this country. But they're coming for you. And a perfect example of how they're coming from you is how they're attacking the media outlets, right? You know, I subscribe to Don Lemon on YouTube because for some reason now that he's off CNN, he act like he got good damn sense. At one point in time, Don Lemon on CNN, he was questionable, and maybe it was part of his job. But since he's walking around the street with a YouTube channel, he kind of makes sense now. I listen to Joy Reid now. Since she's got a YouTube channel and not sitting on TV, she's making more sense. But they're attacking the media because those are two individuals that they got rid of off of the mainstream media. Y'all remember Tiffany Cross on MSNBC? They fired her. They're just going through all the networks and getting rid of people that they perceive as being on the left. The latest victim of being fired is Jimmy Kimmel of the late night shows. Y'all remember Stephen Colbert got fired. Now, what does that mean? What that means is Donald Trump and his racist ass goddamn regime is trying to prepare a narrative to where the media is only reporting what they want them to report. Because Jimmy Kimmel didn't hold back on Donald Trump because of his fucking sensitivity or MAGA. Stephen Colbert, I watch that motherfucker all the time. He didn't hold back. Right? And when Joy Reid and Don Lemon got fired, they weren't holding back on MAGA. That's the reason that they got rid of them. And now MAGA is trying to take control of the media because they put people in charge of the FCC. I think that's the Federal Communications Commission. That's somebody who's in charge of broadcasting at the federal level in the United States of America. And they control what the Americans hear. The media is very important. I know when we talk a lot of times, we talk about social media, but social media, it's growing, but it's a small part of the bigger media outlets, right? And whenever you're talking about the media, you're talking about advertising and messaging to a great deal of America and what they hear on a consistent basis. And I told y'all how humans have this flaw to where we got short-term memory, and they feed off of that, right? So they know as long as they keep repeatedly pumping into your ears and your mind bullshit, you're going to one day believe it. Now, I had to fight against that, and I know that I'm vulnerable in that way, and I know if I keep hearing shit over and over again, I've got to question it. Especially if I hear something and it seems like it's true, and then it start beginning to seem like it's too good to be true, I'm gonna have to question whatever the fuck that is I'm hearing, because that is not the way the world works. That's just not it. We don't live in a fucking fairy tale. So the media, they will constantly feed you bullshit all day. And then eventually you got a population that says, well, Charlie Kirk ain't that bad. That's exactly what the fuck we got now. Because any other time, Charlie Kirk would have been just as bad as David Duke. Charlie Kirk would have been just as bad as the Ku Klux Klans with those hoods on. But because he is been programmed, or because society has been programmed to accept what Charlie Kirk is, the racist that he is, now motherfuckers are fighting and mainstreaming this racist, misogynistic, xenophobic, homophobic piece of shit that got a free tracheotomy for running his goddamn mouth. We're mainstreaming that idiot, that piece of shit. The federal government is telling us, is telling the population, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk, we're going to be looking to charge you. This is how you know this society has been programmed to accept racism. It didn't take a lot of work, but they've been programmed to accept racism because we have a past to where somebody like Charlie Kirk and extremist racists like Charlie Kirk would have been sidelined out of politics. But they use Charlie Kirk in politics to get elected. So what does that mean? That means the constituents that showed up at that fucking Utah rally, that show up at Charlie Kirk's events, know that he says all this heinous shit about black people. Knows that he says that black women don't have the brain capacity to achieve their level of success in this country. Those people that show up at Charlie Kirk's rally knows that Charlie Kirk is a racist. So where is he going? He's going to the fucking colleges. He's affecting the youth. That same youth that's going to be running this goddamn country in future generations. With all of those seeds of racism planted in their fucking psyche, the plan is to continue to oppress black people for generations to come. Now, I don't know why that other white boy, what the fuck is his name? Decided to get on that building and kill Charlie Kirk. I don't know why he did that. I can tell you that I'm not bothered by it. I'm not sad. I didn't appreciate the graphics because I got a weak stomach. I don't like seeing shit like that. It took me until I was in my damn 40s before I started watching zombie movies. I don't know. I don't like seeing gore. That's just not me. But I don't know why that boy decided to do whatever he did. And a lot of people was running out saying that this guy was left wing and all of this kind of stuff. But with the messages coming out between him and his friend, this guy was not on the left. And I can say that he wasn't fully on the right. And with the way I look at things, because I can look at people as individuals, I look at him being in a MAGA family, being raised in a gun culture, hearing all of those divisive mindsets from his family and probably close friends. I can say that MAGA environment clearly had an influence on the way that boy lived. He wasn't influenced by the left, but he was clearly influenced by MAGA. His parents is MAGA. That whole fucking area is MAGA. So you can't walk away from what we look at with Tyler Robinson and say that he wasn't influenced by MAGA, because clearly he was. Now, I'm not saying he was MAGA because I don't know. There is no manifesto and all that kind of stuff. And all of that stuff that was written on the bullets and all of that stuff don't lead directly to MAGA. But what people have found out is that it lead to this movement that is headed up by Nick Fuentes called Gropers or whatever the fuck it is, some social media gaming fucking shit, you know. So Nick Fuentes is clearly on the right. Nick Fuentes is clearly a racist. And it was found out that Nick Fuentes and Charlie Kirk didn't like each other. So I'm putting shit together that Nick Fuentes was probably riling up his fucking people against Charlie Kirk. This is all me, alleged, or whatever the fuck you want to say. And during their little beef or whatever the fuck, one of his supporters kind of took it kind of seriously against Charlie Kirk, and they really took it there. It ain't got shit to do with black people. They ain't got nothing to do with black people. That's the right against the right. Because you know how on this side I can clearly point out that you have people of my mindset, and then you got a people that are a little bit more extreme than me. And then you got some people that want to kill fucking Whitey. I can say that spectrum exists on the left because I've heard it. And I know that there's a divide with the people like me, and then you got the Umar Johnson folks, and you got the Adolf folks, and you got the Back to Africa folks, you got the people that want to go out and shoot up every day. So you got that on the left. So you clearly can see that the right is not a monolith. You got different factions of the right that don't get along with each other. You can see that when you look at Laura Loomer and Marjorie Taylor Greene. They don't get along whatsoever. Marjorie Taylor Greene against Lauren Boebert. They don't get along. You got this Republican, Massey now, that is demanding the Epstein files, while all the other Republicans, you know, ain't saying shit. So you got that division, that separation on the right also. So if I had to analyze Tyler Robinson, I can say, and not only that, Nick Fuentes, I don't know if y'all showed y'all this video, but there was a video going around, and I'm gonna say alleged because I seen the damn video. There was a video going around to where Nick Fuentes and this other influencer was kind of intimately engaged in homosexual behavior. This is a real video. Now he's on the right. So in that Groper movement, it's not that they accept homosexuality, but they participate in that activity and try to keep it hidden. That's what the Gropers do. So whenever they were saying that he's a trans or got a trans girl boyfriend or whatever, that kind of made sense in that Groper movement. Because the right will convince you that all this homosexuality activity is on the left, which is a motherfucking lie. Look at ABC. He loves to talk about homosexuality and Walter Hampton. Something's going on there. Something's going on with ABC and his admiration for homosexuality. I don't know what it is, but I can tell you that Nick Fuentes and those groups, they will engage in that type of behavior, but they won't publicly come out and support it. And not only that, when you look at the time that the Republicans went to their national convention, and then there's this dating app that gay people use called Grindr. It made national news that in that area, when the Republicans was in that area, that the app crashed because so many Republicans was getting on Grindr. So that and there's nothing wrong with being homosexual. I don't give a shit whether you are or not. But that tells you that these Republicans are in homosexuality. So whenever they try to draw a narrative and say that transgender and homosexualities are on the left, that's a fucking lie. That is a lie. And it is clear that homosexuality or trans, that is not politics. That is not political. That's just the way people are. That's how, they grow up, and it's natural. I don't know what else to say about that. But I can tell you that was one of the things that they were saying about this shooter. And they spent a lot of time trying to paint him as a transgender and put him on the left. And you haven't heard any reporting about Nick Fuentes' ties with his Groper movement, because people in the Groper movement and others on social media was telling us what those codes are that they had written on the bullets about if you're seeing this, you're gay, and something about anti-fascist. And Nick Fuentes thought Charlie Kirk was a fascist. So whenever they said that, it would make sense that one of Nick Fuentes' followers would think that Charlie Kirk is a goddamn fascist. But that's just me. Like I said, that's just me. And it could be all conspiracy. I don't know. I'm just telling you my opinion based on what I've heard and I've seen on social media. So you've got that. They are censoring people because they talk about this xenophobic, racist, homophobic, misogynist piece of shit Charlie Kirk. They want to censor people. They want black people to accept and be kind to a racist. They must be out of their motherfucking mind. They've got to be crazy. Now I see that the big corporations are folding. I see that people are trying to change their behavior because they've got something at risk. But black people don't owe these motherfuckers a damn thing. Fuck Charlie Kirk. Now, I didn't say that last week because I was trying to be respectful of the dead. Because I've always been respectful of the dead. That's just the way that I was raised. But fuck this motherfucker here. Fuck him. If you want to try to take away people's right to say something because Charlie Kirk is a goddamn, you ain't gonna force me to respect no motherfucking racist fucking ever. I will never respect the goddamn racist. Now, let me get into what I always get into about these savages. Because there's been a lot of activity going on this week when it comes to these savages. And like I tell you, these people, that all they know is violence, murder, just criminal activity. And the reason that I want to get into this is because they spent time taking down black monuments, trying to erase black history. The picture, the famous picture with the slave with the whips on his back, that came up in the news because Donald Trump wanted to get rid of that photograph out of one of these museums. Let me put it over here. I don't like this picture. I do not like this picture. And see how Google has got it, kind of censored out and all that kind of stuff, right? So I won't leave it up here that long. I'll just show you that picture there. And Donald Trump is trying to remove that photograph from some of them. Why? Why the fuck are you trying to erase fucking history when the nature of your people caused those conditions? Your ancestors whipped slaves like that. Your ancestors came up with that tactic of torture for my ancestors. Why are you ashamed of it now? In 2025, you can't take looking in the goddamn mirror no more, so you've got to change history or attempt to change history, right? And here's a story here to where this guy, Matthew James Ruth, literally killed 3 police officers. It was either on yesterday or today. It might have been today when I seen this story. A savage with a gun killing police officers in Pennsylvania. And he wounded 2 more. There was 5 police officers involved. The suspect was 24 years old, who was carrying an AR-style rifle with a suppressor in York District. That's what York District Attorney Tim Barker said. He said the suspect fired multiple rounds at the 4 officers at the door, killing 3 of them. A gunfight then ensued between Ruth and 2 officers outside. Ruth wounded a sheriff's deputy before the police shot the gunman to death. Savage behavior. And then I seen this story here where this barbarian, this fucking Neanderthal, threatened to kill black children. Where was that at? Hold on, I got the wrong story up there. Oh, no. This story right here was crazy. Because the other morning, the Fox News host sat on TV and said that homeless people should die by lethal injection or people should just kill them. And 2 days ago, at I think it was 2 homeless encampments, 13 people were hurt in 2 mass shootings at Minneapolis homeless encampments on the same day. At least 13 people have been wounded, 5 critically, in 2 shootings that erupted over a span of 12 hours at a homeless encampment in Minneapolis, with the city's mayor saying he wouldn't be surprised if they were connected. Yeah, they connected because Fox News just sit on television the other morning and told people to kill homeless people. Literally, that guy sat on TV and said that homeless people should get lethal injections or they should be killed. And a couple of days later or hours later, you got people shooting up homeless camps. And they want to fire Jimmy Kimmel. Here's another goddamn savage. Well, that's Tyler Robinson. Y'all know that one. Here's another savage. This one is named Desmond Holly. This fucking savage shot up that Colorado high school. This is the kid right here, or savage, that shot up that Colorado high school. Here, this next person, and all of this is in this month. This is all this month. This next person threatened to go shoot up a daycare and kill black children. Zachary Newell in North Carolina. That's him. This is all happening this month. With Donald Trump in office, the savages are savaging. That's what the fuck is happening. Here's another individual from Cincinnati. Samuel Erickson. He went on and took him 3 black people out. I don't see no picture of him, but let me see if I can find him. Yeah, there you go. He killed these 3 black people. He was in Cincinnati. Mount Washington is the city. And let me see if I can find you some news. It says suspected shooter in Mount Washington, triple homicide, dies, police say. The suspect shooter in the triple homicide took place at Mount Washington over Labor Day weekend. Died. Samuel Erickson, 26, has been identified as the shooter. According to the police, he died at the University of Cincinnati Medical Center with a self-inflicted wound. That's one thing that they like to do. They like to kill the motherfucking cells. But here are the 3 black people that he took out. It says Beamnet, Doris, 27, Eden Adunga, and Feven Adunga, 20. But these sound like people that's not from America name. I don't know if they was over here visiting or whatever. Let me see if I can find you something else. These savages. Look, this is not black crime. This is white people savagery. Minnesota school shooter. Who was it? What did this guy do? Robin Westman. This was the guy that shot up that the school. He was a trans. Looked like. Or the one that they were saying that the shooting was because of he was a trans. But the main thing that you need to pay attention to is those Neanderthal features. That's what's important in this conversation. I don't give a damn where your fucking penis go. It's your programming on how society works. Chase Garvey. I mean, they just go on and on. I'm not going to go all the way back. I could keep going and going and going. But this guy shot up her birthday party. Killing 4 people. This is Travis Posey. He killed 4 people in August. Romero Nance. Let's see what he looks like. That's not him. 23. He killed 8 people. Anyway, my point being is that all of these things that I'm talking about, you probably heard about some, you probably have not heard about some. The one that's more recent, you probably heard about. But the point that I'm trying to make is these people on a consistent basis murder and kill people at a higher rate. The white male kill people in this country more than anybody on this goddamn planet. And the narrative that they want you to focus on is sending the National Guard to DC to control crime, or sending the military to Memphis to control crime in black areas. The problem with this country is that we've always allowed white criminality for them to get away with it. We never ever have any type of conversation about the white domestic terrorists in this country. There's no warning. There is no threat levels about them. There is no message about how dangerous white men are in this country. Listen, if you don't know now, I'm giving you a fucking red alert now that white people, white males in this society is the most dangerous fucking person in this damn country. The same people that Sarge and ABC is licking the scrotums of, those are the same people that would kill you at the drop of a fucking dime. That's a fact. But because they've been conditioned to think and not been propagandized with how dangerous the white male is, they'll come over here and defend the white male at every chance they get. That's why you got so many people now defending Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk was a heinous, vile, disgusting individual. You got his fucking trad wife, this lady who looked like she was on that what is her name? Erica Kirk. I don't know. She just looked too motherfucking, I don't know, too white. She just oh god damn, that lady just fucking but she's out here making money because her husband got a tracheotomy. She's out here selling fucking goddamn memorabilia. She's out here trying to sell memberships to shit. And the man ain't even fucking cold in the ground yet. This is how vile and savage these people are. She didn't even take time to mourn before she started selling shit off of her dead husband's body. And they want everybody else to be sensitive to Charlie Kirk. His own fucking wife ain't being sensitive to his death. This is turning into something to where, I mean, I didn't expect this country to do like this, but what I'm trying to say is these people are in charge now, right? And there is no guardrails. There is no protection for the average American person that wants to practice free speech. That's gone. There is no laws for the elite in this country. They create the rules and the laws as they go along. They don't follow the Constitution. Donald Trump has literally tore down the fucking White House and is building a fucking palace. Donald Trump has adorned the Oval Office with gold. And ain't nobody saying a goddamn thing about that. Fuck the traditions of America. Fuck what that building stands for. Donald Trump want to make sure that he leave his name and his legacy in Washington. These people don't give a damn about this country. They don't care about these laws. Long as they got puppets out there like Sarge and ABC to follow along with what the fuck they're saying, they can institute their authoritarian style of leadership. Because I guarantee you, like I see Sarge in the chat room right now, I see ABC in the chat room right now. They cannot find it in their fucking body to say, you know what, Tyrone? You were right. Charlie Kirk was a racist. They cannot say that. They can't say, Tyrone, you know what? The elite is protecting pedophiles, and they are heavily involved in that arena of having sex with children and trafficking them. They can't say that because they've been so programmed and propagandized that somehow or another, when they hear me, what they hear is left. When they hear me, what they hear is Democrat. And then because they hear left and Democrat, the first thing that they need to do is protect massa. That's what their mindset, those slave-minded Negroes in the chat room, that's all they trying to do is protect massa. You can't say that about my massa. So they come over here yelling and screaming at me. I don't give a fuck about you. I don't give a shit about what you say. I like the way you call in and keep the show entertained, but I don't give a shit about what none of you motherfuckers say. All I know is y'all fucking crazy. Y'all crazy. And somewhere along the line, you done lost your motherfucking minds. Because you know, Sarge and ABC, y'all know that this is not the country that it used to be. Y'all know that. And y'all know that this change came along ever since Donald Trump was in office. You know that. And for somehow or another, you've convinced your goddamn self that listening to somebody that says this
They're
shit.
eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Y'all have convinced yourself that somebody saying that shit right there somehow or another knows how to run a goddamn country. So I can't argue with you. There is no conversation that I could have with you. None. I can't. Only thing I can do is try to engage you, right? You'll come on here, say something. I'll try to engage you for the audience to keep the show going. But other than that, y'all are fucking nuts. There is something wrong with y'all, especially when you watch Donald Trump tear down this goddamn country, break the fucking laws of this country, stomp all over the goddamn Constitution, create his own motherfucker. Listen, he is censoring people in this damn country. That is one of the damn things that you guys came in here and said that was happening to y'all. But the government wasn't censoring y'all. Donald Trump the government literally told them to take Stephen Colbert off the air. Literally told them to fire Joy Reid. The government told them to get rid of Jimmy Kimmel. Ain't no left leadership ever did no shit like that. MAGA is literally on TikTok and Twitter getting people fired because they're talking about Charlie Kirk's tracheotomy. You should see how many people are getting fired because they're talking about Charlie Kirk. I can't believe this shit. You can't have an opinion in this goddamn country no more. You can't tell the truth about a racist fucking asshole that got shot in the motherfucking neck We literally seen him get shot in the neck, so you can't say he got shot in the damn neck. Get the fuck out of here. These people are crazy. But I'm telling y'all, as black people, listen, I'm going to shut up because I know I've been running my damn mouth. Y'all want to call in, call the number 717-908-1834 and hit the access code. I know Howard said he wanted to say something tonight. I probably missed your goddamn call, but if you're on the line, push 1 and hit the access code at 917324, and I'll get your mic open. But yeah, guys, listen, this is the last thing I'm gonna say. Is that as black Americans, as African Americans, you need to protect yourself. Now, one more time, I'm going to give this warning. I'm not calling nobody to action, but I'm telling you, if white America starts lynching people, that is the fucking Rubicon. That is the line that can't be crossed. Okay, so I'm just saying that. Hey, what's up? Is that you, Howard?
No, it's Big J.
Hey, what's up, Big J?
Yeah, let me go ahead and say this. Yes, because there are 2 black people in Mississippi being lynched, and possibly a third one. There's rumors of a third one, but I hadn't looked into that up yet. But yes, I think people need to be pro Second Amendment at this point, because it's about to go down the way I see it. And let me address this, because you mentioned something about certain people using red pill. So see, there is a red pill to Trumpism pipeline, right? And let me be provocative for a minute, if you allow me. Tyrone, you might want to address Gary, because Gary is part of the manosphere. Gary goes around on YouTube. Do the whole BGS anger man, Tommy Sotomayor talking points, and doing the same thing that Charlie Kirk would be saying, pairing the conversation. And I'm gonna say something. They do listen to our conversations on social media. It's like that, the whole bashing of, when Charlie Kirk made that video, that live stream, when he talked about black women, or the list of black women he thought were idiots and clowns. Well, he got that from this space. A lot of people got this from the space because people in this space put out their dirty laundry out here, and now it goes all over the place. All because of the black woman empowerment movement and the black manosphere. Both those groups put all their dirty laundry out there in the open, and now everybody's suffering the consequences. And then you got people like Tyreek and the FBA movement and the ADOS movement trying to tell people don't vote. So all this is a part of Trump. And now though we're suffering the consequences now. NYU, black students of NYU have received texts to stay indoors because of their threats of violence towards the student body, to the black members of the student body. And then you got black colleges, about 8 of them, received bomb threats the day after the incident in Utah. No, I think it's time to actually have warfare. And I'm using that term in quotation terms, right? To check these niggas online. And Gary should be the first one to be checked. You don't go around there talking about, I told your boy though the other day, you can't have two masters. You can't go on Talk Real Solutions, which is anti-red pill, but then hang around with BJ Igmore, who is red pill. He talked down shit about women every day, 7 times a week. I'm just saying, the thing it has to be stopped. And I warn people, listen, y'all got to stop putting your dirty laundry for everybody else to see. I'm done.
I agree with you, man. Social media is a very powerful tool, and whenever you And yeah, I know Gary's that way, but I can't. I can't control it. That's a grown man. But, but I mean, to me, like he went down this rabbit hole of women hate and all this kind of stuff, and I don't know what's wrong with those guys whenever they do that stuff. It seems like they can't be happy, and they've got to take it out on their own community. Sarge, you asked me what I'm gonna mute your line, Big J. You asked me, and I'll open you back up. You asked me what this man has done to um violate the Constitution, and you always speak around it, but the emoluments clause of the Constitution, Donald Trump violated the emoluments clause in his first administration, and his second administration. So if you want to have a serious conversation about Donald Trump violating the Constitution, you can start there. And if you want anything more recently, he violated the Constitution by rounding up migrants in this country, putting them on planes, and sending them to concentration camps without due process. So those are two very clear ways how Donald Trump has violated the Constitution. But you don't want to have a real conversation about Donald Trump violating the Constitution, because the list goes on and on and on how Donald Trump violated the goddamn Constitution. We played audio of Donald Trump calling Georgia trying to cheat in the election, which is a violation of election laws. He violated the Constitution by being allegedly involved with sex trafficking with Jeffrey Epstein. There's endless ways Donald Trump has violated the goddamn Constitution, but you really don't want to have those conversations, because the first thing you got to do is admit that he violated the Constitution. What's up, Miss Lisa? How you doing?
I'm doing okay, Ty Brown. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
That's good. That's good. I'm not gonna discuss Charlie Kirk tonight, but I agree with what Big J was saying, that I think the temperature needs to be taken down quite a few notches by everyone. You too, Tyrone. Because these people, they're not playing out here. They're not playing. And I myself, I have stuff to lose, and I got people who count on me. I'm just saying, I just think that the notch needs to be turned down by everybody. I'm not a fearful person, and this isn't fear talking. It's strategy. And I just think that there's still the fuss, the fighting, the infighting within our race, between just a lot of things. We need to take things down a notch. And more people has got to start paying attention to what's going on and stop the foolishness, because we're here, we're someplace all of us who are, like, not everybody who's alive, but some people live back through awful regimes. But all of us who call to here, we're at a place that we've never been before, probably never thought we would see things like this, but we're here. And before the election, we knew it was going to be bad, but we didn't know it was going to be, well, I didn't speak for myself, but we all knew it was going to be bad if the election went that way. But speaking for myself, I didn't know it was going to be this bad. But that's where we are right now. And I don't think America's through. We're through right now. We're in a bad spot right now. And if they don't find a way to try to start to turn things around. I know my grandma and my grandma used to say that may she rest in peace. Both my grandmas, but one grandma in particular, she used to say that like a snake living in the South. They used to talk about snakes. And Tyrone, you familiar with in the South and snakes and stuff like that? You got to get it. Something has to be done about the head of the snake. You got to deal with the head of the snake, and that's where we are right now. And we have to see before we start to see some real change. I agree with you when you were saying that about a lot of the alternative media that I think we all watch. Everything is Trump had a disastrous what do you call it, press conference of Trump acting like this, that, and breaking this happened.
Yep.
And then when you listen, you're not really hearing nothing that's going to be of substance. It's something. I'm not saying it's not something, but I'm not hearing a disastrous press conference. And you know what I'm talking about, Tyrone?
Yeah, because everybody on YouTube, they label their stuff. This is a bombshell. Everything is a bombshell.
And it's disastrous. And Trump completely fell apart. This happened. And such was caught. And this and that happened. And they did. And then when you listen, you're like, okay, I'm not really hearing. All of that is true, what you're saying. But I'm not hearing anything of substance that's going to make change yet. Then you do hear something, but I've gotten to the point where I don't listen to a lot of that, but I listen to enough to keep up with what's going on. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I can keep up with what's going on, different things that's being said. But I'm to the point, like what you had said, that I just like, okay, yeah, that's bombshell. Yeah, Trump made a complete fool, had a disastrous morning. Yeah, he came on, told a bunch of lies. He got away with it. I guess that was disastrous for us, not him. You see what I'm saying? And that's just about, I'm becoming extremely cynical right now. Very, very cynical. And so, one other thing I wanted to talk about before somebody else called in and tried to get in. The young man, I'm not sure, but I think I heard about 2 hangings of Black college students, but one in particular, like you were talking about, I just want to express upon everybody. The family, I think Benjamin Crump is involved with one of them, as the usual, I think. And the family, I know people were raising money, giving them money because they want to have an independent autopsy and an independent investigation. I think that's the right way to go because I don't much trust the police at all with anything right now. But I don't want us to jump to conclusions about things, and I just don't want us to do that, our people to do that, because we're at a very vulnerable point right now. Like we'll hear some things about, well, the young man, he couldn't have hung himself because he had fractured arms and broken legs or something. I saw that. That hasn't been verified, not well enough for my satisfaction, because that kind of people were saying that all over social media. Now, I'm not going to go along with what the coroner is saying that that's not true. I want to hear what the families, because the coroner is saying that that's not true. Who did the autopsy and everything with the body. I want to hear what the families, they're going to do a separate one, and a separate investigation of different things like that. So I want to hear what that coroner says, the one that the family's going to pay for independent. So I want to hear what that one has to say, and I want to hear a little bit more because too much about that. That's just not really adding up. I think the police already started with a few lies up in that, but I just want us to wait and see what the family lawyer and what they independent investigation, independent autopsy, and all of that they're going to do. Just hold and just chill, not chill, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah. I
see
mean,
what
I was
they
just
have
giving
to
my
say.
opinion. I wasn't saying that
Uh huh.
anything really. I don't know nothing for a fact. I was just saying if
Yeah.
what they saying is true,
No,
and that boy
if
had a
it's
broken
true,
arm
because
and a
they
broken leg, that ain't
broken
right.
broken legs. Yeah, I heard that too. So I went. I was like, oh my god. And then when I went to look, I can't. It's like different people who's trying to verify that. Different people who I trust and who I follow, they're having a hard time verifying where they came from. But because the family of Benjamin Crawford said they're going to do an independent autopsy, I want to see what that has to say. Because I don't think the family and them, they will come out lie like, I don't think so. I don't know these people. But I want to see what Benjamin Crawford and the other investigators and stuff, outside investigation, what they come up with that. And with the other one, and with the other incident that happened with the hanging. So my eyes has been on that closely. I want to see what's going on. Because I think we all have young people in college, probably know college people is in college and things like that. So they have to be very careful, and the families and stuff have to be very careful and tell them to don't. That's what I've been telling the ones in my family. Don't say certain things on social media. Don't try not to bring attention to yourself and stuff like that up there on these campuses. And just everybody, don't try not to bring attention to yourself. Period. Not too deep. That's why certain things I'm just not going to discuss. Not right now. I'll talk about Trump all day, but I'm just certain things I'm just not going to discuss. It's like I got shit to lose, and I have people who count on me, and the likes of such. Use my language. Hot damn, it's not worth it. The likes of, you know what I'm saying, is not worth it. So I just think that's just not worth it to me. So
Yeah,
I
it's
just
just
think
odd to
everybody
have
needs to
a
get
young
down there.
man like that that's going to school. I think it was 21, something like that, and then that's
21
just
or 22 or something.
it's just odd. That's odd.
It is odd. And I want to hear what the family and these investigators and stuff and that independent autopsy. I want to hear what that has to say. Because it's still just odd. But you know what, Tyrone? I really don't know if I'll trust anything that's said. Kind of some either side. I'm not
Hmm.
really sure. But the whole thing is just, I mean, hang yourself? You think it's just going to take a bunch of pills? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or you use a gun or something hanging yourself near the pickleball court? I mean, it's just, I don't know if I'm going to believe anything that's said from any side. I'm not sure that I will. So much craziness. It's just,
Yeah, and it's just an odd time with Charlie Kirk, you know, getting killed, and all of a sudden and then I think there was two people that got hung in Mississippi. One of them was a white guy. I got to be fair about that because as I was looking, I seen it.
I
It
didn't
was
hear about that.
it was a
I
white
didn't hear
guy.
about that.
It was a white guy got hung, and it's just odd for the timing ain't right.
It's very odd. It's just, goodness gracious, you know. I mean, Tyrone, I knew it was going to be bad, but I didn't know it was going to be all this.
Well, yeah, we here, and it's not going to turn around anytime soon. And I just want
But
people
I'm not going to say that. It's not going to turn around. Well,
well, that's
not
what I'm
right
saying. For
now.
the next
That's
3 years,
what I'm say, not right now.
yeah, for the next three
Not right
years,
now.
for the next 3 years, these people gonna be going hard, trying to
Then they're going
institute whatever agenda they got.
to.
They just gonna be doing it.
They're going hard now. They're going hard now. There's some people that they put up a nomination for some things that he has nomination for. Not big cabinet jobs, but things within the government. And the Republicans push all 40 through. They
Well,
changed how
well,
that's supposed to be done.
when you see
I
like
was like, "Jeez."
when you see like Stephen Colbert and Jimmy Kimmel getting fired because the president said fire them, we not living in good
Yeah.
times. That's not good.
And the FCC, I mean, he has orange makeup on his lips. I mean, it's just the head of the FCC. He got orange makeup
Yeah.
all across his lips. And it's just, oh my gosh. And then all
Now,
these people they push through today. The Republicans, all the Democrats said no, and all the Republicans said, "Boom, do it."
now
And I'm just like, oh my god.
I hope this don't happen. But if they start putting pressure on Google, then that's when people on social media gonna have to start, tightening up. Who's this unknown caller?
What's going on? What's going on, man?
What's up, brother? Ain't heard from you in a
Hey,
while. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on?
You like living in Trump's America, man?
It's funny. I mean, well, it's not funny and not funny. I mean, I think what's happening here is, I mean, you could just kind of, some of it is kind of calculated, right? So, the current president, he's known for suing people, right? He is known for being sued too. I think his lawyers or whoever, he knows somewhat of, how to run the clock out. And let me ask you, right? So Jimmy Kimmel got pulled out, but let's rewind. Didn't ABC have to pay a lot of money to Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Right. So then Disney is apparent is, ABC's not the host, but the ABC channel is distributed by Disney or his own parent is Disney, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Disney.
So, I mean, for what I see, I think it's the reason why they pull him out, and it's not even about a free speech. Of course, it's free speech and stuff like that, but I think that that it's, they making it seem, like his. Of course, he got power and shit like that, and he's making some things happen. But I think that they're making it more than what it is in the sense of. And I'll explain. I'll say so. So I think that the doom and the gloom of like, oh, you see, it's authoritarian, which he is trying to push. But if you really break it down, why ABC pulled them out is really because they scared about financial things. It's not about a moral thing. It's not about Donald Trump is gonna stop ABC from continuing, but it's going to take a hit.
Well, yeah, they got some mergers that need to happen that need to go through the government.
Yeah,
and there's a regulation.
Yeah,
there's a regulation that I heard him
that's
say.
what I was getting ready to say.
There's a regulation that I heard him say that the FCC is supposed to control the listening base. Is supposed to each one not supposed to have more than 39% of a listening audience. So they're gonna raise that rule to allow them to get more than 39% of the listening audience, and that's been in place for a long time. And in order for them to do that, they're gonna have to do what the administration say in order for the FCC to actually, allow them to
approve
do
it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
To approve it. Yeah, that's what that is. They're to approve it. It's Nexstar Media Group is in the middle of a $6.2 billion merger with media company Tegna. Nexstar, which owns the partners of 200 television stations, would acquire 65 more under the deal. The two companies entered the definitive agreement for the merger last month, but it remains subject to regulatory approval from the FCC, currently chaired by Brendan Carr. They need it because if Biden was president or Kamala, they would not allow them to do that. They would not allow them to do that merger.
Right.
And because of that,
they control the market.
yeah, they have a monopoly. They have a monopoly, and they would not have allowed them to do that. And they want to do it, and in order, they have to get the okay from the FCC. The FCC has orange makeup on his mouth constantly. So that's what this is. Jimmy Kimmel, he didn't say anything bad about the man, but you hear what he said.
I believe your line breaking up a little, Lisa.
I'm sorry, is it better? I have my phone.
I don't know. Jay can't. Let me see if Jay, can you hear me? Or can you?
I can hear you.
What about Lisa?
She chop it up.
Oh yeah, he said you chopping
I'm chopping up. Okay, let me call back. Let me hang up and call back.
All right. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Where it's not totally free speech.
It's not like Russia. I would say, and not that they can't get like that.
They're headed that damn way though. But it is to where Donald Trump is creating a media environment to have just total propaganda go his way on these outlets. You know, he didn't like Colbert speaking on him. He didn't like Jimmy Kimmel and all of them speaking on him. So he's creating that environment. Are you there, Lisa?
Can you guys hear me better?
Yeah, that's
Can you hear me better?
Yeah.
Clear
okay, so go ahead. I'm sorry.
So
go ahead. No, go ahead.
I would say that you know, like what you said, and what it really exposes is that these corporations, they're really, again, just all about money. They don't care about morality. They don't really care about, you know, he said that. It offended somebody.
They don't care nothing about
their finances. And it goes to show you that it's all about money at the end of the day, as much as, you know, he has control, but his control is only almost like what you let him, in the sense of these companies, they want, like you said, they want to get that distribution because they want to make more money and have more control over the game.
Yeah.
So they're willing to, you know, bow down in a sense.
But it has a lot to do with Trump too, because they were saying that they wanted Kimmel to make a apology, and they wanted Kimmel to donate to Charlie Kirk Foundation. That's all Trump there.
That's what the FCC.
Yeah, but the money
Trump don't like Jimmy. Trump don't like Jimmy Kimmel.
Right,
he doesn't like Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel has trolled him and completely trolled the hell out of Trump for years now. And he want him gone. So because he's petty, and Trump is the one that wants him gone. Disney, all those other car companies, all that we were talking about, they don't care nothing about Jimmy Kimmel, long as his show bringing the ratings or whatever. Right. They don't care about any of that. Trump is the one who cares. The FCC don't care either. That's not. If they those companies want to do that merger that they would not have been allowed to do had by Kamala been president. Trump is the only one that cares about that. He's the only one that cares about that. He's the only one whose feelings is hurt. Because Trump don't care nothing about their merger or anything like that. Trump's feelings is hurt because Jimmy Kimmel ruthlessly trolled his ass for years. And he's like, I can get you back. He's the only one that got pettiness going on with it. The rest of them, that's about business. See? And they know Jimmy Kimmel can sue them. Because I was reading something that there's a possible contract that he could sue they draws off for $100 million or whatever it is that he chooses. They will give it to him because they know he. You see what I'm saying? It's not about that to them. Trump is the only one worrying about petty stuff because he's petty.
Yeah, and we ain't never had a time to where comedians have not been able to make fun of the government. Comedians have always made fun of the government. You got that dude on Fox, Greg Garfield, with his corny ass. He's always telling jokes about Biden and Hunter Biden and all. They always telling jokes about the other side, and they don't get fired. You had the one dude, Brian Kilmeade. tell people to kill fucking homeless people the other day, and then we just had a report where the homeless people encampment got shot up, and he didn't get fired. So it's about Donald Trump and him attacking the left or whatever the hell his mission is.
Now that's what he was on them far away, because he said he's coming for Seth Meyers as well. And then he been trying to get, what's the other guy name? The Jewish guy. I can't think of his.
Oh,
no,
John Stewart.
No, yeah, Stewart. Yeah,
that's a funny guy. I got to give him credit.
And he said out his mouth, Seth Meyers is next.
Yeah, John Stewart is the GOAT. I have to give him credit.
So he fired all these people. Ain't no telling how much money the one who's going over to Netflix and Jimmy Kimmel, all of them, his network's gonna give them a pile of money. They know the lawsuit's coming, but they give them a pile of money, and then they move on to HBO, Netflix to do some things, and then tell you one thing: if things were to ever get straight or whatever, they come begging them back and offer them a big pile of money. Then
well, they're not going to do that because their leadership their leadership is Republican. They're MAGA. They're not.
No, I said no. What I said was, if things get straightened out, I'm talking about the country. That's what I mean. If the country gets straightened out, then they go back to them and offer them a pile of money. No, not about Trump is in office. No. But things if the head of the snake is dealt with, they'll offer them a pile of money and come on back. But right now, it's about business. It's not going to happen now. No, absolutely not.
They might need to go the way of Joy Reid and John Lemon and open a YouTube channel.
Well, there's the thing, too, is that because the broadcast television, they not all in unison, right? They're all competing against each other, but they're all having similar problems. Instead of them uniting and putting their money and power behind what they have, because they can't do it all by themselves. But I know that if all those big corporations, again, broadcast, distribution, television, say, you know what, we're going to stand on this and we're going to be unified, then I think that would be some type of, pushback, and you see some type of different reaction versus he knows that he could break everybody down, because what he does is he messes with, he knows there's division, and he also plays on that. So I'm saying that CBS and ABC have the same issue where they were pressured and sued and actually had to pay some money, them not coming together and saying, look, we're not going to be manipulated by this guy, and what we're going to do, we're going to work together, but then we're also going to get together with the other bigger corporations that are competitors, but because they compete so much and all about that mighty dollar, you don't have that. So, you got one paying lawsuit here, one paying lawsuit there. Say, oh, well, you know what? We're going to, bow down to him because we want certain things. And,
they want them to do
sponsorships and all that other shit. Again, being the greed that they have instead of looking at the bigger picture. And so you're going to have this. So, I mean, of course, these are companies that are ran out there, and they have, public people, they in stocks and all that other stuff, and then they got donors, and some of these people are, connected to his people. I would think that, again, that there is some leverage that he will make, especially as his mouth echoes through all these networks. So again, for me it's just showing that these corporations, they don't even care about the audience, they don't care about the people that they hire. They're about making their dollar. And, whatever, they got to get rid of this one. CNN did the same shit. We watched the CNN and all that. CNN got rid of a lot of people. MSNBC, just to we don't want no big problems with them, and acting like a bunch of, sissies in a sense when they got all this money, corporation money, and again, because they don't want to unify with the other corporations, say, you know what, we're going to push back on this. This is not going to be happening. They don't do that. So we're going to have division. It's like everything else that's happening within everything, even in our Democratic Party. Or I would say the Democratic Party in general. where they have, divisions there, and that's why they can't get their act together to the point where, that's why we have what we have. They didn't get their act together and unify behind whatever the cause was, the bigger picture, for them to make sure that they dominate in these races and, positions of power. And here we are, and now we're in, offenses, in defense, if you want to say, right? Oh, well, we trying to get position of power. We could just scream, but we don't got the power. And so they got the power, and, through their channels of, money and donors and things like that, they puppet masters to a certain degree. And look, you see the corporation bowing to that. So, I've seen Jimmy Kimmel for years. He was burning Trump. The other guy, he had even a cartoon that was out, and they had made a whole cartoon on this guy, and they didn't like it and stuff like that. But I think the lawsuits also burned their pocket. It was like, oh, chill, they made them paranoid. They don't want to lose money, and also what we talked about is the bigger picture, that merger, the merger. They get that control. They control a lot of channels. That's more money. They, like you said, monopoly, because now they own all those channels. They can bring up the prices on things, and what can anybody do? Because all the channels go up because they own all those channels. So there is no competitor.
Well, I think Americans need to learn how to the black market movies and boycott these damn companies, because they're basing their revenue off of us watching them and paying for their services. Right. So I think that people need to go ahead.
But Tyrone, they warn about these mergers, these big mergers and things that they wouldn't be able to do under another administration.
Right.
And then the lawsuits that Trump had against them, if this was a normal time, those things would have been thrown out. You can't sue nobody because they interviewed Kamala Harris. And what they did, and the whole thing went on with Stephanopoulos and stuff like that. Did he be talking about, because I won the lawsuit? No, they gave him, one was $15 million. I think CBS gave him 16, and ABC gave him 16. There's nothing to that. They wanted to believe them. Both of them networks was trying to do murders. And that is the only thing that they care about. So we'll just get him $15. He can go play big man, as long as we get these mergers. This is what we want. We would not have been able to do that had Biden been in office. So able to do that. That's what's power. And they're playing like it's just a game, a lobby. And then when things work smooth down a little bit more, and they hope it'll be business as usual. We go do these murders. That's what this is about. And they'll pay Kimmel and the rest of them big plug of money. So they go, that's what it's all game. It's all game. Trump ain't win no law. But the things would have been thrown out. And like he's doing not Washington, the New York Times, for I think he said 100 billion or some kind of $1 billion, something ridiculous. And when they filed the lawsuit, the wording in the lawsuit was wrong. No. Yeah, it was wrong in both, because he filed a lawsuit against the Lincoln Project. And they said, bring it, because we get a chance to depose you, Melania, because it was all over some old Epstein something. They claimed, you heard about that? They claimed, they said, he said we could depose Pam Bondi, we could depose, what's the head of the FBI, that dummy, all of these different people, we could depose all of them. Can't tell all of them. So the guy from the Lincoln Project said, bring it. Yes, bring it. Because he knows Trump will drop that lawsuit. Because they filed it not as him as president of the United States. They filed it as him a citizen. So they like, bring it. So that's just, Trump is boasting. He has been threatening to sue them for the longest. So some dummy wrote up that thing, and how they had it, They said that the guy, one of the leaders of the Lincoln Project, that he said that called Trump a pedophile, that such and such, because he's a pedophile. And that's what they put in the deposition. But that's not what he said. So you already done, a court would throw that out. They can have that thrown out tomorrow because it's a lie in the deposition. He said, your fans are thinking that you are a pedophile.
Mm-hmm.
And that's different. He didn't call you a pedophile because all of them people from the Lincoln Project, they're lawyers. They know how to say stuff and draw. They know how to say stuff.
I'm thinking that he's a pedophile too. I ain't calling him one, but I'm thinking that he is.
I think he is. That don't make him one. I think he is. That's just my thought that he might be. And that's all they say. Your fans in MAGA, your fans will start thinking you're a pedophile. And they said that he called him that. No, he did. And he said, bring the lawsuit. I get you to depose all of y'all on the stand, under oath, and they can lie if they want to. It's just the lies they just sit there and just lie. J.D. Vance, he took over Mr. Kirk's show. He did his show.
Yeah, that was a sad day in America. I really cannot believe the vice president.
The vice president sat there and tell them lies like that.
Yeah, they're trying to mainstream. They're trying to mainstream racism. They're trying to make racism okay. And because Charlie Kirk is a fucking racist, a misogynist, a xenophobic, homophobic.
We're not gonna do that.
Well, he is.
I'm not gonna do that.
This is based off of Charlie Kirk's statement, so I'm not saying anything that's untrue. He was a racist. He was xenophobic.
Yeah, but people are losing their jobs.
I don't care about them damn people.
I do,
but
and I can't be on here with that. I have stuff to lose, and I have people who count on me.
But the point is, I can't believe the vice president took and set using the office of the vice president
told lies
and represented that.
And told lies.
Yeah, that's crazy.
No, but he sat there and told lies that this person didn't say this. This person didn't say that. And people pull up when they show the vice president just sitting there just lying. It shows him saying it.
Yeah, because one of the things that he said that he didn't never call. He never said that black women didn't have brain power, and that video is circulating. That video went viral. So that's some bullshit.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, this particular people who are not worth you losing. If you learn language, you're not learning to curse. But certain people are not worth you losing your shit. Especially when you have people that count on you.
Well, this country has flipped on his head because they just telling the truth about what Charlie Kirk said. Charlie Kirk said it out of his mouth. He said that if he had a black pilot, that he would have to reconsider if the guy was qualified or not. He said that stuff. I mean, that's all they're saying. All right.
Okay, he said that, but let me add this. I just think as a child, and this I do feel pity and sympathy for. I don't think who did the raising of that. That's all I will contribute to that conversation.
You said you don't.
Like you used to say when
you what? I'll say that again.
I said because you used to say when people raise their children with hate, and racism and bigotry, that is child abuse. When you do that, so that's why I said I feel pity for any child, baby, or whatever that's raised up in that. That's all I was saying. When they are raised up, because ain't nobody born that way. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah,
people are born that way.
You talking about Kirk?
I'm talking about anybody. Any child,
at some point in time, they raised that way, but at some point in time, they become adults. And then, I mean, I
Yeah.
can't help it that you was raised that way, but you're a grown ass person now, so you gonna have to take these
No,
bullets.
I'm just talking about with people raised. I'm not talking about him. I'm just talking about people who I'm not talking about him. I'm not going to discuss that.
Yeah.
That people who raise their children that way.
Well,
That's child abuse.
they setting their kids up for failure.
Hmm?
They setting their kids up for failure.
Yes, they are.
All
They're setting
right,
them up for failure, and
Sis-
that's a shame.
Sister Nobody, what's happening?
Hey, hey. Hello, everyone.
What's going
How
on?
y'all doing?
Hey,
All right.
Well, like we like to say, kicking the door, waving the 4-4, Tyrone. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing tonight. You know, I was sitting here thinking, and it should be considered child abuse when you teach children to be racist. But we know they're not going to do that. I was thinking, you know how like they like to tell us to go back to our country? Why don't they go back to their country? You got Paris looking like some invasion of foreigners. You don't even know if you're in Paris right now, the way it looks, other than seeing the damn stupid tower thing. But it is so invaded. Or a lot of the European countries are invaded by foreigners. They need to go back and restart everything all over again. It is ridiculous. If they have that much hate, they need to get their butts out of America and go back to Europe and clean that area up, because it's ridiculous. And I don't know. I think that's all I want to say for right now.
It's not in their mentality. They practice what they call manifest destiny, where they're destined by God to conquer places and take over places. So in their mind, they think America is a white Christian country. They don't even consider the natives that was here. They don't even consider that they are the invaders. So they don't think that they should be going back to where they came from, and that's what they standing on.
that's just true. And they just ignore that the parts of America was full with Mexicans from Mexico.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing to me. Every time I think about it, they keep fucking with all these Mexicans, but the Mexicans is the original Americans. They've always been here.
Well, they've always been here along with the indigenous is the original, but the Mexicans has always been in certain parts of almost all them border states and things like that, California, Texas, and all of them.
Listen.
They've been here before y'all.
Listen, the Native Americans have been in the United States of America. The Mexicans have been on the continent of America just as long as the Native Americans. So they all are. They are all American. Canadians.
Well, yeah, you're right.
Canadians.
You're right. They're all Americans.
Yeah, Canadians are Americans. The Mexicans are Americans. The United States are American. They're all Americans. The continent is here, and these people been here longer than anybody, and they fucking with these damn.
The indigenous Canadians. Yeah. The indigenous Canadians.
And most of them, well, they done killed them off too. But they was Native American Native people living in Canada.
They got an ugly history too.
Yeah.
So,
the indigenous Canadians. Yeah, all of this North America. It was other people was here. I know our people like to say there was some of us here too that came over here. But I'm not gonna go as far as say we're indigenous now. But then we were here too before a lot of
people been migrating for a long time.
Yes.
And these people that come over here and try to claim this as a white Christian nation, fuck them white racists.
And it's just crazy. The way you're treating the Mexicans, the Latinos, and anyway, them and the indigenous. Them people were here way before you all. Way before you all. And they talk about Texas and California and all and New Mexico and all them places down there. Please. People were here way before all of you.
Yeah, that's why I can't understand what's wrong with these Hispanic people voting for Donald Trump. You know, I I don't
I don't get it either.
I don't understand.
Oh my God, I will vote for Donald Trump.
Them people
You got me
crazy.
doing my head, man. You got me dancing over here and shit.
Yeah, but what
Them people
was
crazy.
about the girl where she was screaming after? Remember, she was dancing and singing, and then like I don't know, it was like a couple of weeks later, she was screaming, "They deported my husband" or some shit.
Yeah.
I was like, damn.
Well, I don't know. There's
So
something
her
about
family, what's
there's
her
something
family?
about the white person that all of these people of color on the planet look up to as authority, and they can't do no wrong. So I mean, it's deeply
Yeah.
embedded. It's deeply embedded into them people to think that white people are right.
And some of our people do too.
Well, a lot of our people. Hell, we got 2 in the chat room, Sergeant ABC.
Some of our people do too.
Yeah, I mean, shit. But it's kind of
They
crazy.
just call them
The Asians are like that. Even listen, I'm gonna say
Every
this, but the
nationality
fucking
and color,
Haiti,
man.
the Haitians are like that too.
Like that too.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, they're like that too.
Every nationality and color shade, man.
It's like that.
Has
Yeah.
something,
That's
somewhere
true.
along the line. Yep.
And the
They
weirdest,
all do.
and Black
And that's
Americans,
why you see
the
who's
real
running their countries.
real Black
their
Americans is
countries.
trying to tell everybody, but everybody don't nobody listen to the Black Americans telling you how fucked up these damn people is. But I mean, and it's because of colonialization and
Yeah.
conquering and all that kind of stuff that they think the
That's
white.
why I said who's running their country.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, even if you have a black face or a dark face, whatever, or you know, tan, you know, somebody that looks like you, sometimes or most of the time, you have an entity that's behind there, and he's probably Caucasian.
Oh yeah,
You
without
know,
a
or
doubt, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you see it. I mean, how that ended up in part, you know, in Africa and you know, India.
But see,
How
a lot of
India
I
was
see a lot of
running India.
Africans get on YouTube. Africans and Haitians, they get on YouTube and tell their stories, and part of their stories is telling how they are warned against Black Americans, telling them not to engage with Black Americans, and Black Americans are dangerous and violent and all of that kind of stuff. So they get raised. I ain't saying all of them, you know, but some of these people get on YouTube and tell their story and say what their parents taught them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got some.
This is a matter.
It's like saying all
Interesting.
Nigerians are criminals. Like, come on, right? So, you know, sometimes I think that information, I mean, they need to be clear on what's going on because, again, it's like, you know.
Well, it's part of the
saying all
process of
Nigerians are
confusing.
criminals.
It's
Right.
it's white people
Yeah.
confusing people, and there's a whole lot of, and that's the way they want us to be. They want us to be confused and divided, and have
And-
different ways.
And fighting.
Mm-hmm.
And fighting. Uh-huh.
While they getting all that money, getting rich.
Yeah. Yeah. And we fighting. That's what we're doing. Fighting.
Well, they're also taught to look at us as a commodity. They're taught to look at American blacks as someone you could sell something to,
Yeah.
and that's it.
Yep. So I don't know where we're gonna end up at.
On TikTok, they're saying something totally different. They're acting like we're so stupid we don't know nothing. Oh, 400 years of slavery. I'm like, if 400 years of slavery didn't exist everywhere, so please stop saying 400 years of slavery. Because in California, those people were never enslaved.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in other places. So stop saying that. Y'all so wrong with that. But you can't tell them nothing. They know, they quote unquote, know American black history. And
Well,
they
And
don't.
they don't.
They are
They don't even know they
Well,
own
I look
history.
at those people that's making TikTok and on YouTube. That they not the majority. You know, they got a loud voice because they have a platform. But you know,
But they're not the majority.
yeah, they just as stupid as our MAGA black people, to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. They just
I agree.
That does. And they don't know their own history. That their continent play a role Had they did some things differently, wouldn't have been this way. So y'all played a role in this too. Y'all played a role in this too. So I mean, it's just a mess. And then we came over here in a different subspecies, and that's what I'm gonna call them, the Black American. Our ancestors are African, but we are a different subspecies. I mean, we just are. A lot of
Yeah,
people
yeah.
don't like to hear
Americans,
we are not the
Americans
same.
are a different tribe. I mean, and we need to,
American blacks
yeah,
are different tribes.
we need to embrace that, and we need to build on that. But some people are so
Yes,
ashamed of their heritage that they don't want to embrace who we really are. To me, I look at what my ancestors went through in this country as something to look up to because of the struggle and how they made it. The strong ones survived,
mhm.
and that's, I mean, it is what it is. Shit, you can't change history, and it is what it is. Ain't nothing to be
The
embarrassed
fact
about.
that we're here right now, our ancestors, all of us that are here right now in the States, in North America, different places like that, and down in the Caribbean and different things like that, where we've all shipped out all over the place, our ancestors were the strong ones. They survived. They survived. That's why we're here. They survived it. They survived it. They survived. Somebody survived. That's why my black ass is here on this phone. Somebody survived, and somebody survived that boat ride. And they came over here. They survived all of that. And I'm here. I'm a living embodiment of that. So that speaks a lot. And I'm proud not of the treatment, but I'm proud that, I mean, damn, y'all made it through that. Y'all I'd have been dead as soon as the boat left the dock. That's just me thinking, maybe not. I don't know. But
Yeah,
I'm proud of my
the problem
ancestors.
is that they didn't want to correct what they did. They know it's wrong. They know it's wrong what they did to African Americans or descendants of Africa or whatever. They know it's wrong. They know the condition that we're in now is unfair. This society and the way the economy is structured is not
They don't
structured.
care.
Yeah, they don't care. It's not structured for black people to be successful. No matter how hard you try, you
But see,
still gonna be a step behind for some reason.
Well, we
but see,
have the
the thing is,
relationship. We have the relationship of we can't live with them and we can't live without them.
Yeah, that's
They,
true.
they will not
same
give us
thing.
the land, nor the time, nor the space to do our own thing. Won't do it. Will not do it. But they'll
But they
complain
need
about
us.
us being in their
Yeah,
space.
yeah, they need us too. Now, don't ever forget that. They need us too, and they don't just need us. They need all these other immigrants and stuff over here. This country needs them. But we have to get to more of our people have to get to the point where but I don't want to. I'm not going to put a percentage on it. They don't care, and we have to don't care whether or not they care. I don't care. I don't care if they have feelings about it. We have just eventually got to get it to a point where if they don't care, that there will be, if they don't have to care, you don't have to care. I don't care if you care. But we have got to get things so solidified to a point that if you try to go against, do something, harm, this, that, mistreat, when you feel the consequences, you will feel the consequences. And there's no going back. There's no more flipping back. There's not going to be no more Trump. There's not going to be no more this. That's where we have got to get it. And you don't give a damn if they care. I don't care if they care. They don't have to care. That's the thing. We got to stop and say, well, they don't care. And they just, I don't care if you care. You don't have to care about me because I don't care about you. I just care about everybody being civil to everybody having rights, being able to do it, nobody holding nobody back, letting everybody have options, and everybody just do what they want to do. As long as it's legal, it's not hurting anybody. You don't have to like me because I'm not coming to your house for dinner and I'm not inviting you to mine. That's where, but they can't get there. They cannot get there. I don't know if they ever will. They just can't get there. You
No,
don't have to
they
care nothing about me because I don't give a shit about you.
no, they're not gonna. They're not even when we leaving them alone. They're not gonna leave. Hell, look at what the hell happened when Donald Trump got in office. Soon as those damn planes started
Yeah,
crashing, he blamed black people. Soon as Charlie Kirk
yeah.
got a tracheotomy, the HBCUs started.
Tyrone,
Well, he got
when
neck surgery.
Charlie Kirk was murdered, he was murdered.
He got neck
He was
surgery.
murdered.
As soon as that happened, they started shutting out, threatening HBCUs. So they can't do anything without blaming black people. Who's this unknown caller?
Hey, Tyrone. Hey, what's up, guys? How are you?
What's happening, Joe?
Hey,
Yeah,
Joe.
hey, if you notice something, you don't hear the word unity being used very much anymore. Have you noticed that?
Mm-mm.
There was a there was a time when you would hear that expressed a lot within the community, and I think the community has matured to the point where they realize that unity is impossible. We have too many transracial members to make that even closely, to something that could be realized. There's too many Sarges, there's too many ABCs that feel like they don't have to unify. They feel like their success comes from their, and I say this in air quotes, merit, so to speak. When in actuality, a lot of their success comes from being agents and doing the work of the man. So unity, I think, is off the table. I think that the majority of black people realize that is a goal we'll never achieve. It's too late. That gene is out of the box. And having said that, I noticed that there are smaller groups who are unified that are working for the benefit of black people. And I think the future of the success relies in the success of those smaller groups.
Well, yeah, you're right. There are black people out there that are doing the work. So I can't never take that away from. There's always somebody out there doing the work, but their impact ain't great enough. It's not affecting enough people to make a change. Since I stopped watching this bullshit black conscious shit on YouTube, I see a lot of black people out there, with great messaging and actually calling this white supremacist society what it is. It's not enough of them out there.
Yeah, I got a lot of noise here, so I'm just going to mute myself. But yeah, it's something to think about. I just, like I said, these groups, they're putting in the work and they continue to do so. I will support them as best I can. But it's just sad that the concept of unity is just out the window. It's off the table, and it's growing up. That's a word I heard quite a bit. And it seems like now folks realize now that ain't possible.
Oh yeah. So I don't know, folks, where we're gonna end up at. But Donald Trump and his regime, they are going head first. They are very serious about this white racism and demeaning black people and using the military to oppress black people. This shit is really going on. And they don't, and white people are so stupid that they don't give a shit that they're getting hurt in the process. So they don't care. There was this one quote from one of them presidents says, as long as you make the white man think that he's better than the black man. I'm gonna look that quote up. It was a good quote. I think it was Lyndon Johnson.
What was the quote again? Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I
No,
was
go
just
ahead.
thinking. I was just thinking. Well, so why invest $500 million in historical black colleges if you are against them anyway? I don't understand. Why even invest in them?
500 million? That's not a lot.
500
That's
million.
not a lot of money. So they can throw that money away and still cause havoc for the colleges. But it was
Also, Plausible deniability. Plausible deniability. Look what I did.
I mean,
You see what I'm saying?
it
Look
is
what
a
I
lot of
did,
money.
though.
Don't get me wrong, sister nobody. It is a lot of money to me, but as far as the institutions is concerned, that's a drop in the bucket when you
No,
look
it's
at how
not.
much money.
I'm dropping the bucket.
Yeah, but here it was Lyndon B. Johnson, and I'm gonna read it. He said, if you convince the
Here's what
lowest white,
Lyndon B.
if you convince the lowest white man that he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you picking his pockets and give him somebody to look down on, and his pockets will be empty. So he's telling these, he just called it out. He said, if you tell the damn lowest white man that he better than the highest black man, then you can rob him, you can steal from him, and he won't even know it. Long as you keep telling him he better than black people. And that's what's wrong with these damn white people right now. They getting fucked over, even though
badly.
They getting told that they MAGA. So when you MAGA, you elevated. Whenever you MAGA, you white. You got white pride and all this kind of shit. And they getting screwed over. They getting their Medicare took away from them. They getting their forms taken away from them. The terrorists are calling them to fucking go hungry. I mean, they're getting the SNAP taken away from them, but they're going to still go out there and wear that goddamn MAGA hat.
And if Mima and Peapod and some of these very remote areas that they live in, the Dakotas and Utah and these places like all out, they're going to lose their hospitals. And they said some of them places, they already drive 2 and 3 and 4 hours to a hospital. And I was listening to a bit. I was listening to a little docu about that, and they were saying that every 1,000 people in some of them states, and some of them states don't have a lot of people, but for every 1,000 people, they have 2 medical professionals, 2 doctors. And they're going to lose the clinics and little things and things like that. And there you go. Your schools, and you take like a state that, and they were talking about like if things go the way that they think they're gonna go. One of the neighboring states to me, West Virginia, is through. They through. Some of them states out west, they're through. And I was surprised to hear that they had Las Vegas on that list because see, Las Vegas, they don't pay state taxes. They pay federal, of course, but the bulk of a lot of their money comes back in hospitality. He killed the what do you call it? All of that has been killed because the people don't want to come here anymore.
Yeah,
tourism. Thank you. He's been killed that, and because Nevada does, the people don't pay state taxes. They pay federal taxes, and the hospitality trade is down, and it's in a vast state. They're another one that's going to be through if they don't get their tourism back up. West Virginia is through, and some of these other states and stuff way out, and they was talking about this predicament that the states is in, but they still voting. They still, Lyndon Johnson, I was speaking to my brother about that quote. He said Lyndon Johnson was running his mouth too much and told the truth. They will bury themselves, their meemaws and peepaws and children. They don't care. They don't care. Why would you care about us when you don't care about their well-being? Look at the farmers. They own stuff.
Yeah, and then you got that one that one dumb woman in Georgia that called ICE on the Hyundai plant to get those South Korean workers detained by ICE and losing her. She lost money for her goddamn area in Georgia. But I don't know.
The whole state, not just her area, the whole state.
Well, and then
was going to bring the amount of jobs.
Well, yeah, and then there was some other people from different car companies getting on TikTok saying how that affected their work plants here in the United States of America, because the South Korean workers would go train those other plants and stuff too. So that
them old battery things, or whatever it is that put the batteries. I don't know. Them people will sell their children out just to be hateful towards people that do not look. That is just that is if people want to. It's hateful, but that is some. America is extremely raggedy with the mental illness. They are, and our people are affected with it too, because we got colorism and foolishness. But the raggediness with this mental illness, people they don't care nothing about their children. I mean, and when I said that once, I said they don't care about their children. I said that over here, and I got a lot of pushback. But you don't care about your children. When people are telling you this is what they're gonna do, and like with the farmlands, that's the whole point. They want their people out of business. So these big organizations and different things like they can buy up their farmland, and they could turn farming and all of that into like put a price tag at these different groups of organizations, not organizations, but if they can buy up farmland. All that was in Project 2022. And they was like, oh, we gonna get rid of knowing y'all need the Latinos and stuff like that to help you pickers and your workers and things. Knowing you need them people, but I can be mean to them. And you go right out and do that. You're gonna know the people telling you they want to corporatize all of the farming, so these big groups will buy up all that farmland, make it corporatize it, place a dollar, and they everything run it like a corporation. They don't want no more of these separate farmers and these people and stuff like that. And they ignored all of that is in Project 2025. And you ignored that. So when I said these people don't care about their children, how can you care about your children when you vote their future away? And I didn't understand why I got pushback. I care about the children in my family. That's why I was trying not to vote their future away. Trying my best. I mean, the future was rough because the Democrats, it's just they do the slow burn with the corporations. At least it's a slow burn. So they came, it was going to come in and try to do it all, snatch it up, grab it up. And these people don't care about their children. And I stand by that. They do not care about their kids. Stand by that. I don't care what kind of pushback, because you don't do that. Go to where every bit of future your children can have. You don't care about the planet too.
But they don't care as long as the white man is in charge. That's all they care about.
As long as he's in charge, the planet could be dying. Well, we're in charge, we're ruling. And I used to say that about some of these third world countries and some of these places on the continent as well. The people on the ground dragging and starving and dying of thirst. But you ruling, keeping all the money or whatever it is you got going on, and the people are dragging. What kind of a country is that? But in the States, they just want us to be the worker bees and shut up.
Yeah, that's why they whenever the reason that they was getting rid of these migrants, it came out that Trump and his administration thought that black people was supposed to get in the fields and replace the migrants. That shit won't gonna happen.
Black people and poor whites and poor whites.
You remember he was going on the campaign trail. He was saying the migrants is taking the black jobs.
Black jobs.
That's what the hell he thought. Oh shit, that ain't finna happen. And it's not. And it's because black people has kind of elevated above, a certain level in life, and they want certain things,
They kind of elevated. We way up elevated.
Yeah, they want to be competitive with everybody else. There ain't nothing wrong with the migrant workers working in the field, and there ain't nothing wrong with working in the fields. There's not a thing.
No, it's honest living.
That's an honest
earning. Honest living.
Yeah.
You're making an honest living and supporting your family. Nothing wrong with honest work. Hard work if need be, and that's some hard work. Nothing wrong with that. And you're supporting your family. That's what it's about. And they sending money back to their people. They're paying taxes. They ain't getting nothing in return. I don't know. It is what it is. So if the country got to fall completely flat, bust wide open, Tyrone, that's what it has
Well,
to be.
we still falling. We got a long way down because they got a lot more stuff that they can rip apart before this country falls on its
Yep.
face. And
It's
everybody,
it's headed that way.
Sister Ottawa, what's happening? Welcome to the show.
Hey, how are you? I just wanted to say on your last comment that there are black farmers, and so and we need to eat. So I don't understand this inertia about going to the farms and working. I know that people align that with slavery, but we need to eat. We have black farmers. We need to be supporting those farmers. Somebody said something about unity. It's not just unity of physical, what you're doing. It's a mental thing, having a unified thought that we're going to survive, And so I come from the country. I come from farms. I'm proud of that heritage. So it's the mindset. We got to change our mindset. We want to sit in the same seats white folks sit in and, live like white folks and, come on. It's something that we really, really need to give some attention to, the thoughts that we keep, understand why we think the thoughts that we have, and get rid of that shit that ain't working for us. Because we do have a lot of thoughts that do not work for us.
Yeah, I agree with you, but the farming industry ain't set up to pay people like a really good living wage. They pay those migrant workers a lot lower than they would pay. It's not the concept of farming. So I agree with you. If they were able to pay people to where they can live in this country on the farm, then yeah, go out there and farm. There ain't nothing wrong with that. But they're gonna have to come up.
Nothing wrong with farming. I come from a background, both sides of my family, my mother and my father, all of their parents, they were farmers. And guess what? On both sides of the family, we still own the land. They just don't farm it anymore. They used to rent it out. They used to rent it out to other people who were still farming. But it from their parts of where they're from, the state where Tyrone is at, the farming died out for the smaller farmers. And most of the kids and their kids, my parents and everybody, that was their bread and butter. And when they all got a certain age, their parents wanted them to go off to go to college, literally because that farming was dying out. And that's what they did. They left. They went to other places. And the family still owns the land. Beautiful land. I'm just not farming anymore.
Well, you need to tell your family. You need to tell your family, do like these white folks down here. Go ahead and try to develop that land and put some type of housing on there so they can make some money off of that land.
But you have to think, Tyrone, you live in that state. You know some of them rural areas. Ain't nobody put no housing.
Yeah, the reason that I say that is because I run into a lot of black people that own land down here, and the white developers are coming in trying to buy up their land.
Oh, I know. I know. My family owns a lot of land. Are you familiar? They own a lot of land in the little town that they grew up on both sides. They own a lot, both sides of the family, a lot of land. Mm-hmm. And then my father knows they bought land. Are you familiar with Santee?
Yeah.
He bought up a lot of land that out in Santee. And before he passed, you know what they got down there on Santee. He bought that land years ago. And what they were developing and stuff down there, and he sold a good bit of portion of that down there in Santee. Mm-hmm. So, but the family land on the family properties, the homesteads, we still got all of that. Ain't nobody farming it. When we go down there, we walk across the land. There's still some houses or two. Got an aunt and them that still live in. There's some support over here, this, that, the different family members. A lot of my uncles, their wives, or this and that. All of their family, and they still own their land. We go down there, we walk the land. My grandfather then farmed this land. They were tobacco farmers. And they did tobacco, and that was their main crop, and corn, and different things like that, tobacco and corn. And he did cotton. He used to do cotton for a while. Other side of the family, my father's side of the family, same thing. They called it tobacco. Mm-hmm. Tobacco, corn, and cotton. That's what raised them up, sent them to college, all the kids and stuff like that. So I'm familiar with farming. And we walked that land. It's our land. It's our ancestors' land. My grandfather, he came home from the war, and the money that he got, he bought a few acres. My mom said. So no, we still own it. There's still a family house on it that people live there in Sowers, and we walk it. It belongs to us. Same thing on my father's side of the family. But ain't nobody farming nothing. They down up in those rural areas. It would be great if it was like further in, like up where, where further in, at least going up to Sumter, further up towards Sumter and things like that. It would be different.
Well, I'm
But
pretty
hey,
sure.
I can't see
I'm
nobody
pretty.
developing nothing down. I'm not going to say the town. I told you what town they're in.
Yeah, but you can still get some renters out there. I promise you. You can get some renters. People looking
you
for.
can. Oh, you can. But is it worth?
Well, you talking about
I
a
don't know.
property that's going to provide income for years to come.
Yeah.
At this rate that you're renting at now, I'm pretty sure you can make a pretty good penny off of it. But you're gonna have to you have to do the initial getting the money, the capital to do it first, so
To do all of that, I ain't nobody.
Yeah.
I know my mom and her brother siblings and stuff. They ain't doing that. They keep the people to keep it all cleared out. The couple of acres on that side and a couple of acres on that other side to keep it all cleared out. They used to rent it to people who did, and all of them around the house. They used to rent that to some of the larger farms after her father and all that. And they used to rent the farms to some of the larger farmers through there. And I had an uncle on my father's side. He had pretty good size. And he used to come down and rent the different spots of the smaller farms that people who were no longer farming. And when they had that black farmers thing that was going on, how they were done for the federal government, he was one of the ones my uncle and my cousin to testify down there in D.C. to get that money and different things like that. Our family, my mom and them side, they didn't get any of that money. But on my father's side, a lot of their family members did. But that black farmers thing been going on for so long. Every time they will award them, I don't think they award anything now. They award out some more money. They award out. A lot of my family members got those payouts. Not on my mom and them side, but on my father and them side, they did. So, like we all said, if everything gets shot to hell and everything is just completely overdone, we know where we going. If we gonna and we gonna live on it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what we gonna do. Because the family joke about that, like Thanksgiving, we'll bring it back up again. Hey, where we going? If the United States falls flat and it's done and everything is through and over, we know where we going.
Well, yeah, at least y'all got that. A lot of people. I don't know what I don't know what black people are gonna do if shit hit the fan. We're gonna be
really hit it bad.
There'll be a lot of people hurting.
Yeah, I know. We know where we going. And I said I would never live in the South like that. That child, we all said we know where we're going. I know where we going. And we still have a lot of relatives and family and stuff down there. I go down there several times a year. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to be out there farming something. If it really turned to second world, third world, that's what we're going to do. And we all said that everybody live together, build up some stuff, buy some distance, because there's a house there, buy up some mobiles and things, and that's what we're going to do. Gotta have a plan. Tyrone, you got your homestead stuff. Everybody needs a plan. You need a plan in case it gets really bad.
Yeah, that's where it's looking. I don't know what Trump and them end plans is. I guess I need to look over that 2025 thing again. But they're gonna put America in a bad way.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I wish I could just up and get out of this country. I just need to go.
I do too,
and
but
establish
I
myself
just don't
somewhere
see that
else.
as feasible. I do too, but I don't see that as feasible. But just if it gets back to, they turn it back to the Stone Age. Well, those who got a little piece of land, got a little piece of something, family and stuff, we all get together, we all live together, plan out some stuff and try to make it do what it do, like how we used to do it. That's the only thing that I can think. I mean, because it's bad and it's getting worse. But I
I
have
don't think
hope.
that
I have
against
some
that.
hope.
Yeah, nothing stays the same. I think that with time, man,
No, it doesn't.
you know, and people get tired.
I have
People
hope.
gonna get tired. There's only so much you could keep poking. You know what I mean? You know, and again, his time is limited. He's not as far as in the presidency, right? So he, you know,
I
a lot of
agree. I
everybody say,
agree with
oh,
that.
he's gonna try to stay. We'll see. We'll see.
Well, see,
I
my
think
I agree with that.
frustration,
I agree with that.
my frustration come from being in this country, growing up the way I did, working, serving the country, and watching it improve, and then all of a sudden, all of this shit is just gone backwards, and that's why I'm frustrated because, you know, it's just, what's the point?
Well, I mean, the people that claim to fight for us, right? They dropped the ball, man. You know, I mean, if you want to go back to the elections, but even deeper than the elections of the presidency with Kamala Harris, you know, we could break down all the stuff with that. There was inner fighting with that. You know, people was
Yes.
fighting about her identity, was she black, and then he played upon that. The
Yeah.
opponent played upon that. They say she's not black, she's this. Oh, y'all gonna vote for her? Like, you know, she said she was this one day, and you know, and people fed into that. What about the
Right.
people
They
that
fell into
also, all the people that said they didn't want to vote because they're not gonna vote for her or him, right? They just gonna sit it out. What happened? That was some people too. Democrats, where they invested their money, they had plenty of money, but they didn't invest it in all the places. They did the same mistakes. I think that almost similar to Hillary, but it was kind of backwards in the sense of there was people that told Hillary's people, you need to come here. And then there was also the other portion of the Democratic Party that was saying, listen, you need to invest in these candidates in these areas. Yes, you want Hillary and all that, okay, but we need to push in this. And, you know, in places like North Carolina or whatever the places that they have requested to, you know, put more money in campaigning and supporting some of those candidates that would have helped to level out the playing field. And so I think that, you know, in all structures from, you know, mayors, governors, senators, you know, these people, the powers in that be, you know, although what the ones that let them get this country functioning is, again, I think that you know, the Democratic Party as a whole didn't work together to get their candidate in the door, as well as having the House and the Senate to make these things happen. So I would say that, you know what, in a portion, the Democratic, some of our party, or the party of the Democrats, have failed. And again, with their inner fighting, also have their structural problems. Some of them almost as bad as Republicans, you know. But that damages the good part of it because you have the inner fighting, you know. And I mean, I think that that's the part that needs to be thought of right now as we going forward. And again, people are going to get tired. That's my point of saying that. People get tired unless they just like, you know, some people will be submissive. They're going to like it. They like getting abused or they get used to it. It's okay. But there's some people that are tired. They're tired. We get enough people tired, then things will change.
All right, who's this unknown caller?
It's me. I'm sorry.
What's that?
The problem is what's after Trump. You know, I think people need to be prepared what comes after him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really is my concern at this point. Is what after, who is going to come after him? Who is going to be, who's going to take, because it open up the floodgates to somebody worse. And speaking about the whole passport thing, I don't know if y'all read, though, they're trying to give the Secretary of State the authority to get rid of y'all's passport if you criticize a certain country in the Middle East.
That's crazy. You talking about Israel?
You said something. Yeah, if you criticize Israel, the bill is called HR 5300.
Fuck Israel.
So so on section 266 or section 366, something like that. I forgot which section it was. Yeah, it gave him the authority. So if you are anybody on if they find you on social media or find you on TV and you criticize, call out Benjamin Netanyahu, I say genocide on the Palestinian women and children, they'll have to, he has the right to put you on a terrorist list.
That's crazy.
Anybody, he'll sit there and say, the logic is, okay, if you criticize Benjamin Netanyahu, therefore you're anti-Jewish, you're anti-Semitic, which means though you're pro-Hamas and pro-Hezbollah. So you're going to get, so you can't leave, even if you want to. So those of y'all who want to leave, if you criticize State Israel, well, like you can't leave.
That is nuts. I can't believe the Republicans are falling for this shit. Well, I guess I can. They racist.
I can't. Well, a lot of them are scared too. Got them over a barrel, but I was reading about that today, Big J, and a lot of people were talking about that, and it's just like, okay, here's some more, and they're moving fast. They're doing it fast because they're not sure about the midterm, even though they're doing their best to disrupt it. They're not sure about the midterm. I'm not sure. So that's why they're trying to get so much done
so the party
now.
might be over.
So
the party might be over as far as what they, and that's why I say Democrats get on top of your shit.
No, I think the Democrats are not going to win the midterms.
That's what I fear too. I'm worried about that.
Well, that means they ain't.
Yeah, I don't think that's. I mean, with the Charlie Kirk thing. No, I think that's over with. But then possible to win the midterms over with. That's out the window.
I don't think
that's out the window already.
It all depends. I think people, again, I think the party needs to do better work on where they, put their money at and who they put their money behind, the tactics that they use to get people to come out and vote for them and, convince the people that they're the better candidates. Again, investment in money, because it's not like they don't got the money, but where they put the money at, who they put the money behind, and, the message getting to the people to convince them that they are the better candidate and, better choice, because they did a lousy job doing that.
Listen, or Jay, it's too late for that. It's too late. It's too late. I mean, if this was 2 weeks ago, I would agree with you. Now the game has changed. Now blood has already been spilled. So, and since what's her name went ahead and opened her mouth and said, some of these people need to have a muzzle put on. because the point is to win. You don't sit there and say you're supposed to be a congressperson. I'm talking about the Omar woman, right? Every time she opened her mouth, everybody else get a punish alongside of her, and she's not doing any favors. So I'm sorry. I mean, after what happened last week, I'll say the House might go Democratic, but they'll keep the Senate. Republicans are going to keep the Senate. The Democrats might get the House, but still the messaging and also what comes out of some of these idiots' mouths. I'm talking about those on the left who say some stupid ass shit. You know, they're harming people in the South. They're harming people in the Midwest who needs, who's trying to win. So the more they talk, all the Democrats going to pick up is what the Northeast and the West Coast, and that's it. And Donald Trump is Trump. The people who are in the Trump circle, they're waiting for people on the left side to fuck up. And what happened last week when old girl opened her mouth, and when everybody else, and see all them TikTok videos and all the people open their mouth, is now becoming issues. I'm watching the National Conservative Conference in Kansas. They're talking about Antietam. They're talking about, I hope this country will not go the way of Antietam. Now you know what Antietam is? The battle of the Civil War, where most American soldiers on both sides died.
Oh.
The one battle that most Americans died in. So you're hearing threats like that, right? So I think that what the shooter did, it's like the Rastak fire, where they killed, where they deleted one of their own to justify a bigger goal. And all what J.D. Vance did was took the casket, the body, put it on Air Force Two, and flew it from Utah to Arizona, where he's at, where he's at, where his home is at. I'm talking about Charlie Kirk's home. So that is a campaign ad that's going to be loop around for the next 4 years. Because Vance might be president. And you see Vance sitting there on Charlie Kirk's chair and Charlie Kirk's desk doing a podcast.
Yeah, that was crazy.
But I would say this though, I am kind of happy though, seeing Candace about to she's about to bust the lid open on that, and her Nick Flynn said they're about to bust the cap open, because I've been watching that, and this has been going on for months. All right, this has been going on with the whole Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk, and Nick Fuentes beef, and also Jason Whitlock. All of that been going on for at least over a year now. So this ain't, it just came, this Charlie Kirk death just made it, for everybody else to see. But if you in conservative circles, yeah, everybody knew about that beef. So and now they're saying that, well, like the reason why Charlie died was because they was trying to get him, because he was changing his mind on what was going on with the Palestinian people, and what happened to when Benjamin Netanyahu bombed Qatar last week. Yeah, it was angry people. So and then all of a sudden you saw Brandon Tatum going on inviting Benjamin Netanyahu over there on his channel doing an interview. And he's over there. He got his buttermilk biscuit. And his honey, he got his honey on his buttermilk biscuits, and he's out there, you know, eating it up. It's one of the most. I don't know how to describe it.
But Big J, that Tatum interview went bad. I don't know what he was thinking, but I'm not gonna try to help him out. But I mean, that was just one of the most ridiculous interviews I had ever heard. And people's like, yeah, he's getting paid. Yeah, all them over there are getting paid. But that interview was ridiculous. Talking about somebody only one shout, somebody had spit on somebody, and then they were told that you don't. Well, that was just crazy to me. All of that was just crazy. Well, I got the understanding of the breakdown of what all happened while people was over there trolling him. Said, jeez. But Candace Owens said she will fight whatever this to the day she died. Oh, girl. And I heard somebody say, well, as far as I thought I was making a joke, though. And they said that, well, as it relates to that, Israel, Netanyahu, and all of that stuff, Candace Owens is the black people's spokesperson. So you take it up with her. And I said, that's cold-blooded. Because something happened there, they take it up with her, not us. Take that up with her. But they got it going on over there.
Candace just needs to be quiet because she just gave birth to her fourth child. She needs, really? She needs to back out of it. She needs to back out of it. You just had a child 3 months ago. You might want to back out of it. Leave it alone. You got your own kids to work. She should be worried about. You know.
And a lawsuit from the French Prime Minister. Yes. Yeah. She got that going on, and they about to clean her clock. And but I'm curious to see if Tucker Carlson, do you think he got enough of stamina to because he looked like he was kind of. Do you think he's just going to be a dud in the end with all of that, or is he going to? What do you think about Tucker and all that?
I think Tucker going to survive. And when I say, I ain't talking about life. I'm talking about life and death. I'm talking about in the world of this debate of beef, right? He might be the only one. He might be the only one who might survive the beef. He might be the only one who will survive it because he's in between social media and traditional media, so he can slide right on back to whatever conservative news that might accept it, or even on CNN, or even even CNN he might come back to CNN. Who knows?
So he could kind of maneuver his way out of that, out of that beefing and all of that stuff. Well, let me ask you, what do you think about Megyn Kelly? Because is she really throwing her mouth over in that ring, or is she just
Megyn Kelly better shut the fuck up. Megyn Kelly better shut all the way the fuck up. Because, listen, she gonna go after Obama and say Obama was to blame for what happened last week? No, heifer. You were talking about racism. You were talking about racism with Santa Claus and Jesus.
No, but I'm talking about her mouth over in. But her mouth, I'm talking about her mouth, because she kind of put a few words over in that foolishness with Kirk and Shapiro, and because Kirk was on her show. So do you think Megyn Kelly is real about it, or she just kind of caught there for a little piece? Because I don't see her really getting into that. Even though Kirk was on her show talking about some of that.
She just the supporting cast member. She's not the main character, in my opinion. Yeah, in my opinion, she's just the supporting character. She's not the main. The main characters in this is Ben Shapiro, and that's who That's who Candace was talking about, because she kept mentioning a religion. She was talking about Ben Shapiro's Jewish, right? That's who she was referring to, because Ben Shapiro fired her about a year ago. About 2 years ago, Ben Shapiro fired her. So that's who she was aiming at. Then though there's this other black woman who's in her 60s or in her 50s by the name of Clara M. I forgot the last name. Fox News kicked Kirk to like the side, and you know, there was on the premise of well we don't need like one people of color only, because she wanted Tucker Carlson's job at Fox, and they would say, "Nuh-uh, too many black people over here. We need you know."
What happened to Juan?
Man, who cares about Juan Williams? That's a weak ass nigga. That nigga weak.
Let me see who this unknown caller is, y'all. Who's this unknown caller line I just opened?
So what?
Yo, OC.
Oh, what's up, Big OC?
Chilling. Just got a quick question to everybody talking. You know, in this political thing now, the truth doesn't matter anymore, and that's what makes it difficult. As we try to seek out the truth and do research and pull up receipts, none of that matters anymore, because the talking heads, I think they've gotten smart, right? If I leave mainstream TV, I can go to YouTube, where it doesn't matter if I get fact checked. My channel is my channel. My people are subscribing, are still there. I'm going to come on and say whatever the fuck I want to say, whether it be right or wrong, whether somebody produces receipts. That just creates now what YouTube wants: the back and forth, the fight, the scrap, the theater of it. Because, you know, we've seen people come out with receipts and the truth about what Charlie Kirk has said, but none of that is getting over to the other side. The other side is still comparing him to Jesus, and he was the best thing since sliced bread. So how are both things true? So I just like, man, it's like what should you believe? Because you can't really call anybody on anything anymore. It doesn't matter. The narrative, once they got a narrative, and people run with shit. As soon as it gets said, nobody goes back and does a retraction. Nobody goes back and does a new story. Hardly do they even address the shit they said wrong. So I'm just like, man, I'm watching these stories and I'm like, Tucker Carlson wasn't even fucking with Trump. Didn't all that come out in the court hearing? Mm-hmm. That he knew Trump was lying about all this shit, but I guess nobody cares about what happened in the court no more. Trump can still come out and say he don't know Stormy Daniels, and I bet you people are gonna still believe him, even though they went through a whole court where this motherfucker lost. Everything got brought out, but I promise you, if he still says he doesn't know Stormy Daniels and he never paid her, people are gonna go with that shit. And that's why there really is. There's no win. There's no win on the side of truth. There's zero win. None. You seen Cash Patel? And that whole. Any of you guys watch?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. No. You go ahead. I'm sorry.
My last thing. If any of y'all seen Cash Patel up there testifying, that should let you know that it's anything goes right now in the government. Anything goes. But go ahead, Jay.
Yeah. You know, even the lies that are being made, you know, the same old sick-ass lies. And that's why I want Chaos Reign to be held accountable. You know, I want Gary to be held accountable for some of the shit come out of his goddamn mouth. But the whole, 85% of black women are or head of the households, and I'm like, no, you jackball idiot. That number came out in 1985. That has nothing to do with 2025. You're 40 years too late. That's a 40-year-old stat. And even back then though, it was wrong. Even back then it was wrong because it mainly was teen pregnancy. But the system, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore on if it's true or not. Long as all it does is just emboldens the liar. It just emboldens the ideology. That's part of the reason why some of these YouTubers are beating up the fight, because I'm saying there are niggas beating up the fight now over some of this shit. Because you can't just sit there just keep on saying shit and people telling you no, that's not true, but then they keep on saying it. But they don't give a fuck. But then when somebody talk about black men, blah 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 blah. Oh my God, you're a simp, you're a bitch. Woo.
That environment been created a long time ago. You fighting an uphill battle, Big J.
You got black people. You got black people fighting over shit that Charlie Kirk said.
That's crazy.
And I'm like,
yeah,
what's the benefit? What's the benefit for the black people to stick up for Charlie Kirk?
Yeah,
what's
that's
the benefit?
Crazy. The Bud Biscuits.
Yeah, it's clear that he was a racist. He was a homophobic. He was xenophobic. He was all of them phobics. Yeah, that's what Trey that boy was. I don't see why we should be offending. Anybody should be offending that guy.
And the thing is though, because concerning Charlie Kirk, right? Everybody said why everybody fighting over him. Well, it was because he got the talking points from Black YouTube. He got the talking points. You see these people like Vince Edward Ellison. He's on YouTube, but he's over there on Charlie Kirk's platform. Obsidian.
They only got one black author. They only go to one black author, Thomas Sowell.
Right.
I don't think they know.
Yeah, Thomas Sowell. Thomas Sowell this. Thomas Sowell that. Yeah. Thomas Sowell this and Thomas Sowell that. There's only one book Thomas Sowell wrote that I agree with. Other than that, the rest is just bullshit. Oh, Thomas Sowell. Oh, about the Monahan report. Monahan. That, right. Just another thing they'll mention, and they will use that Monahan report to go after the black women with the Monahan report. We should never give black women welfare because black men was working and welfare kicked the men out the household. And I'm looking, and this is where I used to agree with that bullshit until I looked up the shit up myself. No, black men was not kicked. How you gonna get kicked out of the household you supposed to own? How are you supposed to be head of the house when you got kicked out of it? It doesn't make no sense. Because that tells you, huh?
Well, I was gonna check this unknown caller. Who line is this?
Yeah, it's just me. I'm back again.
All right, let Big J finish. Go ahead, Big J.
Like the whole idea of kicking the man out the household. No, there's a Supreme Court case, King v. Smith, 1968, said you can't kick men out the household. So I mean, that one time I brought that up, they tried to shut it down as, oh man, you trying to pander. I ain't pandering to who? I'm talking to a bunch of grown men. There ain't no woman on the platform. Who I'm trying to simp for and pander to when I'm talking to y'all directly. It makes no sense. Y'all, they willing to lie because they can't fix their own problems. They rather run to Donald Trump run to hate talk radio because that's the only vestige where they think they can find their manhood from. Now I know that it's bad in the dating world. I know that. I know that firsthand. But sit there and vote for a fascist because you can't get laid. I don't know what to tell y'all. And that's why you got Gary Brown here with his skinny, tattered ass. I want to put my boot on Gary's neck. For real. Because like he's one of them.
You talking about chaos reign?
Yeah, chaos reign, yeah.
Oh shit. He's been missing an action.
Because he's a part of them. He needs to be addressed. And don't come to me talking about you are pro-black, you're this, you red, black, and green, but then when Donald Trump entered the picture, oh yeah, we love Donald Trump. Make that make sense. How you gonna be red, black, and green? We hate the white man, blah, blah, blah. We support Donald Trump. The only reason why y'all doing that is because you can't find a woman you want. And that's a problem with these niggas online.
I agree.
Anyway.
Yeah, but I agree. The dirty dating situation is awful. I agree with you on that. It's awful. And especially when it comes to a lot of the young men, I feel bad, and the women, I feel bad on both sides. But it's so neat. But you're gonna, but Big J, that programming and stuff that was done, it worked. It worked, and it got a lot of our people turn against and fussing and fighting against each other. That's why, because I keep saying, I don't. That's one thing I do my best. I'm not going to gender war. And then you have some people who claim that's over here sometimes who claims that he's not about the gender war, but had the nerve to tell me that I hated black men. That was the only reason that I joined Tyrone's TRS years ago. Not for black women, for young black boys, because I saw the situation that they were headed to. And I just took that as an insult. If you're going to tell me that I hate black boys because I want to see us clean this mess up that we got going on, because it's not going to do us any favors. Because these white folks and this government, these different people like that, they mean business right now. And we don't need this right here. These folks need business. While y'all still thinking it's 2010, warring. It's just stupid. Stupid. That you done gone MAGA, you was warring so bad that you black MAGA. They done got you like that. It's just everything is just crazy. The craziness. What else to say?
All right, Joe. You there,
Yeah, I
Joe?
was going to say, hey, Big J, man, I don't see this big effect that Charlie Kirk is having here in the East Coast. He really didn't resonate at all, really, here. And maybe it's in the Midwest and maybe it's in the South, but Charlie Kirk really didn't make that big a splash.
No, he didn't. Not here.
On this
not
side.
On the East Coast.
And on the East side, it looks like the midterms are very strong for a blue wave. I think that the country is going through Trump with fatigue, because with his many shenanigans, we're going through a really big period of Trump fatigue. They're tired of Trump. They're tired of Trump's people. They're tired of his shenanigans. I think that's going to bring him out to the polls. I might be wrong, but I got a feeling that, it's going to happen like that. And Sarge seems to think that there's this big rush to MAGA, and I don't see it either. I see a lot of MAGAs turning against him because the policies are starting to kick in now, and that's affecting people's pockets, especially as we come across Christmas. Food prices have jumped up so high now, and tariffs are hitting the holiday season. Please watch for that.
Mhm.
These tariff things are hitting, the holiday season hard. If you haven't noticed, you don't see as many Halloween uh, uh, costumes or advertising or anything because they're not there. China basically said, fuck you
They're not.
and your tariffs. Right. So as Christmas comes, you're going to see a lot less of that too, particularly around the toys. So look for that, as a bellwether for change. And the other thing is, I'm looking at this guy, Mamdani, here in New York. I mean, he's kicking ass without even trying. And so, that's indicating that the people want something different. It ain't so much him; they just don't want the old guard. And I think that there is your point where folks don't want these old guard Democrats that keep getting elected and not really doing much.
Well, you're gonna have to
so I think
with that guy. When is the election for that guy?
In November.
So what you're gonna have to watch out.
November.
What you're gonna have to watch out for him is whenever he run into the resistance against these corporations, man. It looks good on the ground for him now with the people because he's out there in the streets and everything. But whenever these elections come up and all that damn corporation money start getting spent on, I don't know, Cuomo or some goddamn body, it's gonna be hard for him. It ain't gonna be no cakewalk.
Nah, Cuomo's too far down in the polls, bro.
I use Cuomo.
Plus points.
I use Cuomo, but whoever the hell else is in the race, I don't know who else is in the race.
Nobody really worth a damn.
Was Cuomo, that Kershaw dude who's part of that red, the Guardian Angels, like
Guardian Angels.
He need to go sit down somewhere. He need to go sit down somewhere.
He runs for mayor every year, though. He runs for mayor.
Oh.
And then,
but didn't your governor, didn't she endorse? She endorsed him, didn't she?
Governor and the Speaker of the House, yeah.
That's what I thought.
He might be in there then.
Yeah,
just like y'all got leading. Go ahead.
Yeah, his poll numbers are beating the combination of the next two candidates. That's what I'm saying. Even if you add in, the current mayor and Cuomo, he still got them beat by 10, 15 points. That's what I'm saying. That's not so much him as much as people are saying, we don't want the same old. And whenever that happens, that means that there's an effect there that may happen on a national level where folks are like, we want change. This is what really basically swept Donald Trump into office because they thought he was going to be an agent for change. They believed that. And so he sold that. That's the imagery that he sold to them. Oh, I'm going to clean the swamp, blah, blah, blah. You're in charge, repeat the rhetoric, so I don't need to go into it again. But it turned out, no, that's not the case. And so I think that a lot of people have Trump fatigue now because they're like, wait a minute, we got okie doke here. We didn't ask for all of this. And so, we wanted change. We didn't want mass layoffs. We didn't want inflation. We didn't want tariffs. So I got a feeling that these things are going to work against us. Charlie Kirk, I got a feeling, will be at least on the East Coast. I can't speak for the South or the Midwest. There's going to be a blip, a blip on the radar. We just had 3 plain state police officers. 3 police officers got killed the next day. And so, that overshadows any Charlie Kirk here because these are guys that are just doing their job. These are police officers. Charlie Kirk is a figurehead. He's a talking head. And generally, he doesn't have any accomplishments to his name. He hasn't made any laws. He hasn't done anything other than talk. And that's nice. And yes, talk can generate, energy, but generally actions generate energy far more than talk. And he didn't produce any. So, now that he's gone, his wife's taken over, and we'll see how that goes. But at the end of the day, parties of personality, and this, Big J, parties of personality that are coalesced around a personality don't last very long. And so Charlie Kirk was a personality, as is Donald Trump. And so these things fall apart generally, when they're gone.
Yeah, but
Joe, I was gonna say, and Joe, and after the next big thing happens, who knows what that will be? I agree with Big J, but I also agree with you. Once the next big thing happens, people's mind don't stay riding on nothing too long. Even adult people, they don't stay riding on it. Because I know here in my state, Maryland, in the state of Maryland, we got shenanigans going on. There is money being pushed in our state to racist campaign against our governor. If he seek re-election, he gonna win anyway. And it's starting to come out that our ex-governor, Republican, who was supposed to be a moderate, who I voted for, Hogan, is possibly behind that because he wants to run for a third term. How he can do that, I don't know. But with so much of lies and different things like that, everybody's thinking that the Trump administration is trying to pull some shenanigans over in the state. Well, Hogan couldn't even be the black woman who we all voted for, who's our senator right now. He couldn't even beat her. She won by 10 points. And it just seems like a waste, but it's a very racist campaign going on. And a lot of people think that the Trump administration is behind that. So it's like people's riding on that. They really don't give two cents about Charlie, I said I wasn't going to say his name, but about him. I mean, people riding on other things. They're still talking about it. But I just say the next big thing that come along, people mind going to be running on something else. And besides, he said that women didn't have the capacity to hold a job of leadership. And I don't know who they voted to take over the thing. He said women's supposed to be home taking care of their babies. So let's just see with all that misogyny all mixed up in that. We have to see what's she gonna do, how that can work.
Yeah, you were gonna say, Big J?
I was going to say something, but I lost my train of thought. But
okay, bro.
Who's this unknown caller?
I thought the Charlie Kirk topic was dead on here, man. We talking about Charlie Kirk?
No,
we're not.
Talking about different things. No, we're not.
Okay.
Who was that? Ant?
We smoking on that Charlie Kirk pack. Yeah.
I was basing it on the title.
What you want to say about Charlie Kirk? What's wrong with Charlie Kirk? What you got?
No, I don't want to go ahead, Joe. I don't want to interrupt Joe. Look on my line though.
Oh, okay.
I just thought talking about him was dead on here. I didn't know we could actually talk about him on here.
Okay, well.
No, Tyrone's charging a fine. Everybody talk about Charlie Kirk, Anthony. It's a $2.50 charge to talk about Charlie Kirk. Please send your money to Tyrone.
Okay, I'm confused about what the hell going on right now. So
nothing.
Whenever someone brings up Charlie Kirk, people shut it down on here. So I was a little surprised when I saw the title.
Who the hell shut it down? You just called in.
I have been trying to deter a lot of the rhetoric unless your head has been buried up under a truck. And see, these people mean business. And I will repeat what I said earlier today. I don't like to curse, but I have a lot of shit to lose, and I have people who count on me. And certain individuals is not worth losing anything. So if you want to come on, blurt it out, say whatever you want to say or whatever it is, help yourself. I have too much to lose, and I have people who count on me. And it's not good strategy to screw yourself when you have a fight that you're involved in. That's what it's really all about. But say whatever you want to say about it.
Did you have anything to say? What the fuck? Or you just come on here to pick on Elisa?
Well, I
think
would
you
just
came
like
on
to say,
I think he just came on here to pick on Elisa.
Okay.
I'm actually being polite, man. You opened my line up, but Joe was right in the middle of his spiel, bro. He can continue, man.
No, I think Ottawa was trying to say
I'm
something. Go
done.
ahead, Otto. Go ahead, Otto.
I would just like to say that it seems like whatever is on the lips of Europeans, that those are our talking points. And they can get whatever way the wind blows, that's where we go. Now, we were on this pedophilia and protecting children, young adults and whatnot. That done fell to the wayside now. You know, that's not on the fore. Now we're talking about this guy who really, to me, from what I've seen, he didn't have the popularity that the media seems to be projecting. So I just, you know, we really need to stay on point because there's a lot of things going on in our community. You know, they're talking about 380,000 Black women have lost their jobs since the beginning of the year. You know, they're lynching Black folks in the South. Young men being found on the on university campuses hung. I mean, we're not talking about any of those things. Not that it needs. I mean, you know, we have historical reference. We know who that behavior belongs to. But I'm just saying, you know, there's so much that we need to be talking about that we're not talking about. We're just reacting. We're always reacting. So I don't know.
I agree.
People are talking about it. It just depends on where you're hanging out at. That's a trending topic in certain sectors. But Mays had it wrong last night. That was it was one Black guy, and the other guy was a homeless white guy. So I thought there were two Black guys that died that same day, but it was a Black guy and a homeless white guy that died. So she was incorrect about that. So
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The boy that got hung in Mississippi, Mays came on here and said two Black people were hung in Mississippi, but the other person was a white guy, a homeless white guy.
She was correct.
No, she wasn't.
And today I heard there was another one, so that's 3 on the table.
Well, I didn't hear about that one.
I'm not in the U.S. of A. I'm outside, but yeah.
But I think Charlie Kirk he did a lot to turn a lot of young voters that helped Trump win those key states, though.
When you say did a lot, though, what exactly are you talking about?
The campaign he is right though. He was part of the outreach for younger men and younger crowds, these college campuses. He did a lot of outreach for the Trump campaign. So
you got it.
That's why you're seeing all this hooping, hollering that's going around, and and you got these people talking about Civil War, and they're getting people fired. I don't know, man. You went on Charlie Kirk's website and see that list. That's a hit list. I did a video on the hit list. That's a hit list of every college professor they have a problem with. Now what they're doing.
What do they call the groper or something?
No. See. The groper thing has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. The groper is a separate issue. That there is a list of college professors that they're trying to go after. There's a whole list on the Charlie Kirk website. Then ever since what's his name at that Baptist church made that sermon, there's a list of black pastors who they're going after. They're creating a list on that who they're trying to get to go after the fire or whatever. So You know,
Yeah,
and then
I seen that Black Pastor. I support what he said 100%. I wish I would have downloaded the audio, and he was absolutely
right,
correct.
right. So they're after him, and they're after two of them. They're after two black pastors at this point. And I want somebody to call out somebody in your neck of the woods. Somebody needs to start calling out that Bishop Wooden. That cone-ass nigga named Bishop Patrick Wooden Jr. No, Patrick Wooden Sr. Always got his head, always talking about sanctify this, sanctify that, and then, but you pro Trump. You can talk about training, teaching the kids, but yet you won't bring up the Epstein files.
Who line did I just open? Hello? Okay, who line is?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say you guys are talking about Charlie Kirk. I wanted to ask Big J and you guys, do you guys know what was the meaning of the what's the guy, the FBI director name?
Cash Patel. Cash Patel.
Valhalla? You talking about the term Valhalla?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you guys know?
Yeah, Valhalla is, originally it means the heaven for Vikings, but white supremacists use the term Valhalla for, heaven for white people.
Right. And
I know, and that was so crazy. That's crazy. How he like he gonna be up in there? That was just crazy.
Yeah, so the white supremacists think that it's a martyrdom for warriors afterlife to die for the right race. So these guys are putting it right out there in our face. You got one guy who did the Nazi salute right out there in our face. And we have transracial people like Anthony and Sarge and Always Been Coonin, who will close their eyes and plug their ears to the stuff we're saying. But they are right out in your face doing it. Right out there. And I just wanted to say that, it's crazy that these people will ignore all the signs and everything to say these people are white supremacists. That's it, Josh. Thanks.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Howard, because there's a really good Vlad interview in it, and occasionally Vlad gets a good one. This dude who was a white undercover guy, and he talks about his infiltration in the biker gangs. But later in the interview, he talks about his infiltration of a group called the Base, B-A-S-E. Now that is some scary stuff if you hear it. About these young white guys that are trying to instigate a race war. You ever hear of them, Big J, the Base?
So what?
You ever hear of this group called the Base? Yeah, this group called the Base, B-A-S-E.
I keep hearing that term base, but I never really understood what they try to mean by that. But.
Okay, yeah, there was a group he infiltrated called the Base, a white supremacy, and he talks about how organized they were and what they were planning to do, and it is scary. And this is a guy who's an undercover agent for the FBI. And like I said, the interview was on Vlad's channel. Like I said, occasionally Vlad does get a good one instead of some street drama. But man, it's scary. He talks about these guys are all 20-something white guys that were planning some very nefarious things in order to instigate a race war. And for some reason, this concept of instigating a race war seems to be really seriously implanted in the white community. And that's something that in and of itself is scary.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Now I see it because I live in a white community, right? So, the thing what I see is, the way I see it, this is more international. It's not just an American, right? Because I see that shit in Great Britain with Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson is the British version of Charlie Kirk. The dude, the same old bullshit, and and they think that women and minorities or people who are non-white are the ones keeping them down, and they so stupid. I told one of them the other day, it's your grandpa. You need to blame. He the one who started all this bullshit. Your daddy put you in this predicament. Don't blame no woman. Don't blame nobody else who ain't white. You need to blame your grandparents for that shit. They went ahead though and fucked the world up, and then all them brown people came over here. Y'all sent these brown people over here. Now they're overpopulating y'all ass. Now though you mad because you can't get no white pussy. You can't get any pussy at all. So now though you wanna create a war. It's sad that some people are so cardinal minded. When I say cardinal minded, they always think about sex all the time, right? So they're willing, because they can't get laid, they want to destroy the world and kill everybody else off. Because every time, though, when they open their mouth, they always talk about the Muslims or what the black community is doing, what rap music is violent. I mean, anybody, I know I know most of y'all don't listen to country music, but I listen to that shit. There have been a lot of white female country singers talking about burning and shooting their husbands, setting them on fire, beating them up. but every time though we want to talk music, they always talk about, well, hip hop is violent. What's the difference? Because you see a black face saying it, you hear a black voice saying it. But when you see a white person saying, it's just innocent. Same way like how Bill O'Reilly was trying to chin check that stupid idiot by name of that black sportscaster. What's his name? With that awful hairline. Yeah, Stephen A. Smith. Trying to the reason why P. Diddy did all that is because of the culture and rap music being a music of violence. And then Stephen A. Smith with his buttermilk biscuit had to sit there and him and hominy rather than checking Bill O'Reilly straight up on that camera, on that TV screen.
He wanted his biscuit buttered. What's going on with Bill O'Reilly when he went and harassed that woman?
I get so tired of people not checking these people right then and there. You are fucking hypocrites. And Bill O'Reilly needs to shut the fuck up because we if I was on that fucking TV or TV show, I'll mention Bill O'Reilly the domestic violence case.
Hey Tyrell.
Yeah.
I wanted to say too that I'm switching up from calling these guys coons. I'm making a switch to their transracial identity. They have transracial identity issues. I want to put that out there to the people because I feel at this time that will be more effective than calling them coons. Call them transracial identities, and I think that would be better. Sarge as transracial issues. AV Cool is transracial. We got one on this phone that I heard. He's transracial. If you want to look up that transracial identity, look it up, Tyrone. These guys are that. They are the new Rachel Dozels of the world. And we need to put that out there. Maybe that's why they have such a problem with trans, but they are all transracial.
Oh, shit.
Howard, you got it charged wrong. Sarge is a white guy with reverse vitiligo.
Transracial.
He's really a white guy with reverse vitiligo.
Transracial. Anything with trans on it.
All right, Mama's boy.
Peace, family. Peace, family. I only chimed in because I love my brother Howard. He's a good man. But I'm sorry, I got to call him to the carpet. It is not transracial. Well, I guess transracial could maybe be a sub-context, but the word is trans-peckerwood. That's the word. And trans-cracker works, but the term is trans-peckerwood, because we know
You owe me a
that we have
Put all my coke on
plenty
that one.
of those trans-peckerwoods floating around TRS this evening. As a matter of fact, you probably got 2 in the chat and 1 on the line. But peace, y'all. Good work, Howard. Sorry I had to call you out, man. I know you being nice, you being politically correct. But I will take the lick on this one, Howard. I will take the lick on this trans peckerwood.
Get your bitch ass on, nigga.
Okay.
So, Ty, if you want to know, some definitions, transracial identity, individuals who claim a transracial identity identify with a different racial group than the one associated with their birth or ancestry. This identification comes with a deep emotional, this is Sarge right here. This identification often comes with a deep emotional and cultural connection to the chosen group's experiences, history, and practices. Proponents of the idea state that a transracial person may also change their appearance and behaviors to better fit the racial group they identify with. So just want to put that out there. These niggas are trans. So I would like if it's okay if we all, instead of calling them coons and this, call them motherfuckers transracial.
That's basically a shaming tactic to make people, join the little bandwagon. Like, come on, bro. The hell are you talking about?
Coming from a transracial person, I understand. I understand you, brother. Coming from a transracial person.
That's just a shaming tactic to make a nigga join the echo chamber, bro. Come on, man.
I understand you're upset. Also, Sarge said the other day, I was listening to Tyrone, and he says he believes that trans people they have mental issues, and they're talking about taking guns and shit away from transsexual trans people. I also believe that should apply to transracial people. I agree with it. Let's get these trans people.
Yeah, what's up?
I may be mistaken. I thought I saw you post in the chat earlier that race is a social construct. Was that you?
Yeah, that was me. It is.
Oh, so there's only one race?
No. The concept of race is a social construct.
And we
Okay,
have a
break that down.
transracial person. He's squirming right now and screaming.
Come on, bro. You just want some bullshit. Man. I'm trying to get a
We
topic
got
going, bro.
a transracial person who's upset.
Always talking about niggas are trolling. Get that troll shit on, bro. Like going on with
I'm
that
not
shit, bro.
trolling, brother.
So can you
I'm
break
not trolling.
that down, Tyrone?
Say what now?
Can you break that down?
Yeah, the concept of race, when you dividing people by black, white, yellow, red, or whatever you call them, was made up in a society that categorized people based off of their skin color. It was
Yeah,
constructed.
they made that.
It was
They
constructed.
made that up in the 1500s. We all know that. Just like money, it was made up.
Can
Social construct.
Tyrone break it down? Can Tyrone break it down, bro?
Doesn't mean that you are not transracial. Doesn't mean that, though.
Okay,
You
bro.
use money every day.
That's really not hitting
Use
like that,
money
bro.
every day. Doesn't make it not real because it's a social construct. What the fuck's wrong with you?
That's really not
Yeah,
hitting
because
like that, bro.
if you think about it, black people weren't called black when they was brought over here from slavery. They was probably called by their tribe or country that they came from, and then they was all of a sudden labeled black to categorize them in one category. Just like the white man called the Asian man a yellow man, or they called the Native American man a red man. All of those are social constructs.
Yeah, they also call themselves the white man.
Yeah, they call even when they call themselves white, that's a social construct.
Damn, Tyrone, you agree with Charlie Kirk then? That's what's up.
Okay, I don't know about all that. I'm just giving you facts. So if he got facts, then he can have facts. I don't know. Was that supposed to make me change
You know what's funny?
my? I don't understand what your point is. What are you trying to say?
I mean, essentially, you're saying that we're all one race, the human race, bro.
Okay, that's not what
pretty much.
Well, yeah, we are the
But
human
how
race.
can you have-
We are human race. Yeah.
You can't have it both ways, though.
You are a fucking human race.
Right.
Anthony.
So where's
What
the
are you-
separation? Where's the separation?
Oh, so whenever let's just erase race from the picture, right? And just say everybody came from their little tribe or
Why is
whatever
he
the fuck.
fighting not to be transracial, man? He fighting like a motherfucker not to be
Yeah,
transracial.
if you were from Nigerian, you would be called a Nigerian.
Yeah,
If you was from
it's cool when other people are doing it, but let me do it and watch how shit turn up. Like
If
man,
you-
like that. Tell that nigga to chill out.
if you
Go
was
ahead,
from
Tyrone.
if you was from Nigeria, you'd be called Nigerian. Or they might be a subset of people in Nigeria that might come from different factions or tribes or whatever. You would be called that tribe or that faction. You wouldn't be called by no race. You understand that?
But even that is a social construct, though, Tyrone.
And to a certain degree it is, but it's got more historic like meaning than a color. Like you actually got
There's a value.
Yeah, you actually got bloodlines that go back to your tribe. You know, so whenever we came over here, because they wanted to make things easier, they started calling people by their skin color.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it always been so with black people or black Americans, it's a racial identifier. Like mostly it was a descriptor. They didn't know what to call them.
Right,
So
right.
black,
So when
Yeah,
when do you think that started?
If I'm not mistaken, I think like probably the 17th century, if I'm not
Let's say
mistaken.
let's go with that. Let's go to 17th century, right? So before the 17th century, how do you think people were being identified?
I mean, here, man, everything was stripped away. So
No,
it
I'm
was
asking you a
back-
question. Stay with me now. I had you on focus. Before the 17th century, how do you think black people were being identified?
Colored, black. Yeah, black was actually in rotation.
Okay, so I
It was
disagree with you.
It was a descriptor though.
So you think before the 17th century they was being identified by the color of their skin?
Yeah, they were being called black. Yeah, but
No.
it wasn't a racial.
So it did. Well, so when do you think it began? Because that's what I asked you, and you said the 17th century. So you obviously think it began before then. So when do you think
No,
that people?
no, as a racial identifier,
Mhm.
like where we can actually call it a black our race.
Mhm.
That was put on Black Americans.
Okay, so when do you think that started? The 17th century.
I mean, I don't know the exact
It was
date.
before that. It was before that.
No, I'm just using that timeline, Howard, so we can get the conversation going. Because what I'm trying to get to is I want to know what he think that people was being called before they started labeling people black, and if he has.
He
any
doesn't have people. His people are white. He's transracial.
Okay, well, you see now you trying to mess my conversation up here. So Anthony, listen, you're wrong about people being identified as black. Hell, y'all follow the damn Moors, right? So like that's a black group of people that was called something else other than black. You get what I'm saying? You understand
But
that?
it means black.
It means black,
More
but they
means black.
they wasn't being called the color black. You know, I think they came from Morocco or something like that, and they was relating the dark skin to where they came from, being Moors. So it's not like they looked at a color on a chart and said you're black or you're brown or you're blah blah blah. That ain't the way they was labeled. So we
Right.
accept.
They didn't.
Yeah,
They
we
didn't
accept
put a,
we accept black because society at some point in time
They,
started.
they labeled you from the region you came from on the planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically
Once
it. The
Europeans
nationality,
start
if you want to call it that.
Huh?
Right, but once Europeans start calling people black, white, yellow, or whatever, that is a caste system. They started putting a value on that, and white being the highest. They
And actually
started
there's
putting a value on it.
there's plenty of documents that actually states that, Anthony. All you gotta do is read a little bit.
I actually read a little bit. So in the 17th century, Europeans certainly referred to Africans as black in a descriptive sense. So that was as a descriptor in the 17th century.
We ain't talking about reading the instruction manual on how to get out of your helmet.
Well, no,
with
hold
the
on.
teeth.
Let's take what he said.
Yeah, I know you don't. I know you don't like reading. I know you don't like reading. You don't like
Hold on for a minute. Let's take what he said, because what he just said is very important. What you're using for what you just said is you're using the European as the authority figure in giving black people that descriptive, right?
But
so
this was
we're
something
talking
that-
about. Wait a minute. If you take European as the power out of the picture, then you can see you would probably.
Why is this lady laughing in the background? Can you go on mute and do that? Are you being rude, lady?
No.
Listen,
No,
we're on
I can laugh.
hold
I
on.
can laugh because he said
Okay,
you
guys.
have a problem.
Okay,
you
we're
have
on
a
an
problem
open.
getting out of your helmet, and that was funny.
Oh my
you have a
goodness.
problem getting out of your helmet.
Oh my goodness. Listen, we're on an open line. We're on an open line. So
funny.
okay, we got an open. Okay, listen, Anthony. We're on an open. Listen, you're gonna hear people because I got 10 mics open, so don't let that dissuade you.
You're gonna get called a stupid bitch, and
Okay,
then
now
it's
you
gonna
got
be
to go. See that?
Yes, sir.
What the hell?
No, he's just mad because he said he's having a hard time getting out of that helmet, and he got mad because it was funny.
I don't know why people do that. Who's this unknown caller?
And your mama, if you still listening, your mama and your grandma.
Who's this unknown caller line I just opened?
And fight your ass out there. Fight your ass out that helmet too.
That goddamn idiot Howard did. So I'm about to blow that motherfucker out the water. But before I do, I'm gonna give you this video. I'll link this video.
Okay, hold on. Okay, everybody got the hush. Okay,
Now
wait.
you gonna hush me up and let these other motherfuckers ramble on all goddamn night.
Okay, what I'm gonna do is.
That's the way you roll, ain't it?
Okay, I just opened Miss Lady line too, so I'm gonna let her go before
Yeah, I know the way you roll. You got a special heart on me. You want to hear from me, but then you don't want to hear from me.
There's no heart
All
on
that
but-
yelling, no. We don't want to hear all that.
Yeah, well, I'm going to yell the way I feel like it when I need to emphasize, and that's just the way I am.
Okay, so
I didn't say I was perfect.
I know.
I'm good, though.
we're gonna let Miss Lady
Well,
go, and then you
that's
can go right after her.
subjective.
Go ahead, Miss Lady.
You know, I would recommend instead of Anthony asking questions that he do his own research about the history of racial classification and why it was put forth. And it was really started in colonial times
There you
by
go.
white colonialists, and they claimed it was scientific, and it's actually no scientific basis whatsoever for the racial classifications. But it was really a way to place black people, slaves, free and unfree, on the bottom of the racial caste system, and the white man being on top. And because of that classification, they justified slavery, they justified terrorism against black people, brown people, even Asians were low on the list as well. And they had a hard time when they came to the United States to build those railroads. So I would urge you to listen or buy a book by Dr. Joy DeGruy, and that's DEGRUY. She has done extensive research on race, the racial classification, and how that was used to enact laws to abuse, suppress, and enslave black people. And it's been a continuous effort to get through that. Time and energy, a lot of suffering that has happened. So I would recommend that you look her up. She's probably on YouTube. She, I think, has a PhD in sociology. She does talks. She was doing talks around the country. I've seen her twice.
Well, Joshua invited her on here one time. She came on here one time.
Yeah.
And she did. She did.
And did she? And then Neely Fuller Jr. is another one to kind of listen to. But Dr. Joy DeGruy really breaks it down. I went to a seminar, and it was very, I'm gonna tell you, you have to have fortitude. She has research, she has film, she has pictures, she has data, and when she goes through the decades, she goes back to colonial times up to current day, and it's very, very disturbing, I'll say. So, you know, that's all I got to say about that. I'll go on mute.
All right, Sarge, are you still there? Wait a minute, hold on. Before you go, I got another line I got to open. All right, who's this caller right here?
Why did you mute me up?
Oh, you are trolling because you called Elisa a bitch, and I'm not doing that over here. Sarge, are you still there?
Yes, sir. I be here.
All right. Don't call nobody
now,
a bitch.
Well, look, if nobody acts like a bitch, won't be no need to call nobody one, will it?
We ain't finna do that. We ain't finna do that now.
I'm just saying, if nobody acts like a bitch, I guarantee you I won't call one. Somebody one.
You act like a bitch all the time.
If they don't act like one, I promise I won't call nobody a bitch.
Go ahead.
All right, now let me. I'm really fascinated to hear that you agree with Charlie Kirk that race is just a construct. Because you just said it's just a construct, and so did he. Matter of motherfucking fact, I'm going to give you a link to the goddamn video where he said it. Now, if you got the guts, you can play it when I get through with my comments. But I don't think you got the guts, but who knows? You might just do it. But that link
Why does it have to be?
is where he said race was just a construct. So in essence,
He wasn't
he
the first
agrees
to
with
say
you.
it.
Now, what you said, damn, how quick does it take me to get interrupted? Motherfucker, talk all goddamn night. Don't say shit, and you don't say nothing.
But go ahead, man. Damn, y'all let him talk.
I mean, goddamn this thing. Can you mute everybody? Because otherwise I might not be able to get finished.
Now he's been the wine.
Okay, let him talk.
Yeah, I'm whining, motherfucker. It's true. Goddamn right I am. Don't nobody else get treated like that. But hush, Reverend Tones.
Man, get a tissue and talk.
Motherfucker, I'm going to tell it like I'm going to speak truth to power, motherfucker. And that's what I'm doing right now.
Well, do it with a handkerchief in your hand and talk.
Okay,
You don't
mama's
give me
boy.
no advice.
Let him go now.
I
Come
do
on now.
my shit better than you'll ever know how to do it.
No,
so I
sorry.
don't need no advice from a thug like you.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
See, this is what I mean. I'm already distracted. I knew it was going to happen. All right, look, first of all, look here. I don't give a damn. You said earlier, you talking about Charlie Kirk. I don't give a damn about your loathing and contempt and outright hatred for the man. You spewed it all out. It's obvious it's there. You know, any more than you care about the loathing, contempt, and disgust I have for many of your progressive allies. Who cares? We both got it. We both engage in it. Let it be. But here's what I care about. I care about the enormous legacy of this man who was rational, civil, and considered, engaged in considered discourse in the most hostile venues to his point of view, college campuses around the United States, and his mainly courteous, reasoned, and considered response to his interlocutors while allowing them a full and uninterrupted answer to his challenges. Now, his influence with a whole generation of young people, and imitation is the greatest form of flattery, because the Democrats realized how effective he was with Generation Z people, and they created a mirror organization in response, which was a dismal failure, but they did it. But overwhelmingly, they admitted he was effective, with a whole majority of commentators admitted to that he actually influenced the outcome of the 2024 election for President Trump. So you can decry him all you want. Your utter distortions of fact and truth and lies about his message will not stop the thousands of new Turning Point USA charters that are creeping up in the wake of his death. Then the damn thing you're going to be able to do about it, and ain't going to be a damn thing you're going to be able to change it. And then I noticed today, just before I got on, reason made me call in here. The reason I had to call in here, because Howard with his bullshit, his usual bullshit. Well, two more things I'd like to say, then I'll go, because I don't ramble. I get to the point, and I'll go. Ain't going to be long, trust me. Howard talked about now I'm transracial. Now I responded to this dummy in the chat room, and I did it the way only I can in my inimitable fashion. And only progressives like Howard are going to find ever more wrinkles in identity politics and polarizing accusations. It's the only card in their badly stained deck. Only dummies like Howard and his ilk identify with racial truth rather than a more meaningful quest for objective truth. But they can be my guests, and they keep thrashing in their racial quicksand of fantasy, cognitive dissonance, and madness. So let them do it. And one more thing, you mentioned Cash Patel.
Hold on, don't talk while he's talking. Don't talk while he's talking.
Cash Patel earlier today, and what he said, I want to remind you what happened with him and Cory motherfucking Booker in the Senate hearing today. Now, he got up there, and Cory Booker wanted to question him about his grand jury testimony, and then he told him about what he said in the grand jury. And Cash Patel said, how do you know what I said in the grand jury? I haven't told anyone. Where'd you get that information? Grand jury proceedings will be secret, Senator. Somebody put that bastard under oath and ask him. Put that motherfucker under oath and ask him how he knows about it. But that's the way rats are. They're rats. They stab you in the back and they work behind the scenes and they subvert the law, even at the highest leadership levels, like that son of a bitch Cory Booker. So yeah, we know what time it is. And that's all I got to say for now.
All right. Let me just, Howard, before you go. If Charlie Kirk said race is a social construct, Charlie Kirk is correct. I don't know what else the fuck to say to that. Y'all are approaching me and saying,
I don't agree with
okay,
him, by the
can
way.
you please shut the fuck up? I'll let you talk.
I'm just saying I don't agree with that.
Shut the fuck up. Y'all are approaching me saying that I am saying the same thing Charlie Kirk saying. No, Charlie Kirk is defining what race is and how it came about, and that's a factual thing. So I don't know what the fuck y'all point is when y'all say that. But go ahead, Howard.
Well, I just want you to know, I don't agree with Charlie Kirk on that. Once race is scientifically proven via the scientific method, so I accept it as scientific fact.
You cannot. You
Why
can
they?
wait a minute. Hold on for 1 second, please. You cannot scientifically prove that a human being is a skin color. You cannot scientifically prove that a human being is black. You can scientifically prove that a human being is from Africa. You can scientifically prove that they're from Europe, they're from Asia, they're from whatever region that they're in, because that's science, that's nature, that's how they evolved from. But as far as being a skin color, black, yellow, red, white, that ain't no scientific goddamn thing that you're talking about there. But go ahead, Howard.
I think we're arguing about semantics here. Yeah, I will agree with you that you cannot scientifically, from genetic information, you cannot accurately predict the exact color of the person.
That's what the fuck I just said.
But you can certainly see the genetic markers of that person that line up with specific haplogroups and others. You can see that.
That's
so
what
I think
just
we're
said.
we're really kind of on the same wavelength. You just don't want to admit it.
Okay, but whenever it comes to the depiction of what we call black, white, and how we identify ourselves in America, Miss Lady put it perfectly. That's how it came about, as a caste system of identification. And I mean, that's just what it is. But go ahead.
Cultural and political identifications are not necessarily science. I go with the science.
Okay, go ahead, Howard.
Well, what we witness here between the last two transracial people, they are trying to run away. They are now even denying race. These motherfuckers are denying.
I just said I thought it was real. What the fuck are you listening to?
Howard, Sarge, you cutting him off.
Hey man, he just blatantly lied about what I said.
Excuse me, sir.
I just said it a few minutes ago. You seen all or something?
Sarge, you cutting him off. You cutting him off, sir.
We've now seen two examples of why these trans people have mental issues. We had one that got all wild and called a young lady on the phone out her name. And now this dude here, they have mental issues. They need to be checked. And I'm going to say again, take the guns away from these transracial people. They are mentally ill. They identify with another race. They're mentally ill, Tyrone, and we're witnessing it live here on the phone. That's all I got to say. Thank you, Tyrone.
Tyrone?
Yeah, who is this?
This is Mama's boy. Real quick, it sounds to me like Sarge got that helmet off of Anthony and put it on himself.
And I'm wearing it good, ain't I? You got to admit that, goddammit, because I tell you what, it gives you good protection. And you know what? I believe in keeping that steel pot on when that fire gets going, because it's good for your health.
Well, Elisa said the helmet got stuck or something. That was funny.
No, I told Tyrone. I told Anthony the only thing he read was an instruction manual on how to get that helmet with the chin strap off, and he's still stuck reading it. That's why he don't read nothing else, because he still can't finish reading it.
Well, I'm gonna help Anthony out.
I don't know.
I'm gonna help Anthony. I'm gonna help you to master it, so you don't need no damn book.
Honestly, this is a simple conversation, and everybody should know. I don't even know why we discussing how race came about, especially in 2025. I mean, it's out there. This is just.
It's because they are running away from transracial, Tyrone. That's why.
And Tyrone, can I say something? And when Mama's boy said that, it was real funny, and I laughed, and then I thought about it again and started laughing again, and he got upset. That's what happened. He got upset.
I thought that we were supposed to be allowed to identify ourselves. I thought that was the big thing with black people. We weren't supposed to be Negro, then we was colored, then we were black, then we were Afro-American. We were supposed to be allowed to identify ourselves as we see fit. Now all of a sudden this motherfucker, I would say that don't count for Sarge, because he's transracial. He done just declared me transracial on his own authority.
So let me hold on, Sarge.
You don't even know what you believe, do you?
Hold on, Sarge. So all of those titles you just named, how did they come about?
Because I tell you what, because of insecurity amongst black people and the unique situation black people have been in the United States. Admittedly, it is unique.
So society came up with a way to label them that way, right?
Yes, and I understand
Okay,
how
shut up,
it came
shut
to
up,
be.
shut
That
up,
don't
shut up.
mean we got to be trapped by it,
It
just
don't.
because that's the way it came to be.
It don't. So since we agree, society came up with a way to label people the way you just named. That is social, and it was constructed to a way to identify people. So we agree on that.
If you had
shut the
told
fuck
me
up.
there is a social definition of race, you wouldn't have gotten an argument from me. That's not what you did. See, that's what you don't do. See, you make a definitive statement about something without making any additional qualifiers, and then you expect me to swallow it without responding to it. Now, if you had said that, we would have had agreement.
I know it hurts when this country boy outsmarts
No, if you said that, we'd have had agreement. I wouldn't have argued you. You didn't say that, though, did you?
You done pop that chin strap loose. You done pop that chin
Tyrone.
Race
You know what else is social? You know what else
What's
is social,
amazing about me,
Tyrone?
man? You don't even listen to yourself. I do.
Well, it's
You
a
know what
social-
else?
Race is a social
You know what else
construct.
is
Sorry, that's
social,
just
Tyrone? Men and women, that's a social construct too. A male and female is not. That's what you're born as. A man and a woman, that is a social thing too. The way they act, the way that they are supposed to. Woman in the house, cleaning the man,
man is
out
an
in the yard.
adult male and a woman is an
Excuse
adult
me.
female. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's not true.
Yes,
That's
it is
not
true. We better look up. Why don't you go up to Webster's Dictionary or any other fucking dictionary
That's not-
anybody recognizes and see what the
That's not
definition
true.
of man and
Well,
woman
what is
is.
a male? What is a male?
A man is an adult male and a woman is an
What
adult
is
female.
a male? What is a male and a female then, sir?
Male and female are simply differentiations of the human sexes. Male is a baby. When a baby is born male, it's that at birth.
All right, that's a phenotypical.
That's called a sex.
Female,
That's called
it is
sex.
that at birth. It is
That
not
is
an
a
adult, though.
male
It's called
and
a sex.
female is a phenotypical. Those are phenotypical things, right? A male has this. The doctor looks at it and says,
A woman can
that's
be
a male.
a female,
A
but a female
has
doesn't
that,
necessarily have to
but
be a woman.
But a man and a woman is a societal thing that they
It is
they
a
say
definition
it's a
of an
gender role.
adult of a particular sex.
A man and
Of
a
one
woman
of the two
is
sexes, it is a definition when they become an adult.
trans.
A baby
trans
girl
people are
is female, but not a woman.
You trans people are wild.
Oh, God, man, you about as
and
silly as
women.
a bunch of retarded hammers. I can't deal with you. You have this fool. Just let him run on. He don't even know what he's
All
talking
right.
about. And he knows he's in the corner.
We're not.
Get out of here.
Yeah, hey, Howard.
Thanks for not cutting me off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, hey, Howard. You guys missed the okie doke, though. Don't let them get away with the okie doke. You have two fools that tried to pull an okie doke. I guess they were tethered together or holding each other's nuts out or something. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate, but both of them said, "Oh, Tyrone, you're saying blah blah blah. You agree with Charlie Kirk." Well, let me explain something to these two guys. Charlie Kirk did not originate that, right? And the mere idea that you think a white man originated the thought shows how transracial you are.
I say, I didn't originate. We always should be self-evident. I say it all the fucking time. I didn't originate it. What else?
No, that's not what you said. You said clearly Tyrone agrees with Charlie Kirk.
How is it pertinent to the discussion that he didn't come up with the idea first?
The implication is
I
that
wish you
Charlie
would
Kirk
please explain it
originated
because it's a
the
mystery to
idea.
me.
Yep.
Well,
because again, there are any number
how is
of
it
black
pertinent that
scholars
he didn't
that
originate
have
the idea?
originated that thought.
You mean he can't learn from anybody? He's only 31 years
That's not what
old.
you said.
All right.
That's not what you
Oh,
said. You
man,
said.
I didn't say any such fucking
Okay,
thing.
so
you just made that up in your own goddamn weird mind.
Okay,
I said no such thing.
We're beating a dead
I
horse.
said
here.
no such
Hey,
thing.
Tyrone.
Yeah, let me address and
Hey, Tyrone, can you look up?
Let me address
Can you,
Antoinette.
can you do this real quick after you do that? Can you look up the term? Is the term
Is the term man a social construct, and is the term
Man,
woman a social
man is
construct?
a man
Look
and
that
woman.
up.
Man and woman is a gender identity. What's up, Antoinette?
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to scoot. Let me say this.
Gender identity.
The
It is
man
used
term
socially as when you talk
is
about
comes.
a new generation of men. You can use it any number of ways. If you look at things like adjectives, if you look at things like honorific, you can use
Why
it
does
in
he
many
keep cutting
different
me off,
ways.
Tyrone? Why
Man,
does
I
he
swear to
keep
God, man,
cutting
you
me
better
off?
go back to that damn college and teach you a damn thing.
Why does he keep cutting me off, Tyrone?
You need to go back to that college and teach you shit.
everyone.
Hey, what's up,
Let me
Antoinette?
just say this.
Peace, Sister
Let
Antoinette.
me just say this.
Hello, how are
It says here.
you?
It says here in the AI, the term man, in terms of gender roles and masculinity, is a social construct, meaning the characteristics, behaviors, and expectations associated with being a man are shaped by society, culture, and time, rather than being purely biological. While biological sex,
Hold on,
excuse me,
how Sarge?
cutting me off again.
Go ahead,
While
Hal.
being biological sex, which is male and female, is distinct from the social concept of a man. The idea of what it means to be a man varies across different societies.
ChatGPT needs to be shot.
God dang.
I swear to God, man. And you just swallow this shit hook, line, and sinker.
Tyrone, can you mute the transracial
There's
motherfucker?
nothing to argue about now.
Sarge, can you please
Can you mute the transracial?
Okay, I ain't muting because I always get accused of muting. Sarge, shut the hell up.
ChatGPT
Sarge, shut the fuck up.
Transracial guys are kind of aggressive.
Should you mute?
I mean, ChatGPT says so. Howard says there's no arguing with it.
Okay,
What
Sarge.
is wrong? It has sources.
I cannot believe some of the things coming out of your mouth.
See, you argue about people letting you talk, but you don't let other people
I just
talk.
had one thing to say. I think there'll be more people becoming transracial, and I think it's a syndrome. It's a transracial syndrome, and I think it's based on fear, resentment.
Another identity definition.
Oh, goddamn. Goddamn. Can anybody finish their damn statement?
Predilection for cruelty. I think that's what it is.
Transhumanism, transracialism,
Can anybody finish what the fuck they saying?
How about transmission?
Genetic defect with it too. It
Is
makes them
that possible?
aggressive.
Is it possible for anybody to finish what they saying before start talking?
Where was I at?
Twilight Zone.
I think as
where was I
society
at, Tyrone?
declines and as things get more difficult, people will become more fearful. They'll become more resentful. They'll become more predilection for cruelty and fear. I think there'll be more of this transracial syndrome. It'll be a growing group of people.
Tyrone, can I add something? Can I add something to it?
Worried about it. I'm not going to waste 1 second worrying about it. Not
Okay,
a micro second.
Go ahead.
Sarge, you keep cutting people off.
Can I add something to it? And I'm not talking about cheat cards. I was talking about the other one that was on the phone. And loathing of self is part of that too.
Yeah.
So I just want to add that. Loathing of self.
So Tyrone, thank you.
Never forget the
Tyrone,
psychiatric
back,
breathing.
You need something.
So as I never got a chance to finish, Tyrone. So as I go back into the term man and the term woman, which is indeed a social construct. Now, male and female, that is a biological thing. Man and woman is a social construct. A man is supposed, in different societies, does certain things. A woman in different society does certain things. That is a social construct. Who say that a woman's supposed to stay in the damn house and cook? That was socially made up. So when you have these, that's what I'm trying to tell them, Miss Lady. But I'm trying to teach a little bit. Not Miss Lady, Sister Lisa. I'm trying to teach a little bit tonight. And so when I call these people transracial,
I know who you're teaching. They're all over the place with your kind of education.
Okay, y'all gonna have to hurry up so Antoinette can get in here.
All right, I'm gonna wrap it up in 10, 15
Please.
seconds. So when, lady, will you be quiet, please, lady? I mean, you get an education before you please and ooh and ooh. Just educate yourself.
Go on and finish.
Okay.
There's more
Antoinette is
things
waiting.
out there. There are more things out there than you know.
Okay. Look,
I'm sorry.
we're gonna have to move
Now,
on.
I'll wrap it up. So when you peel these things back and you actually realize definitions, what is a social construct, what is not a social construct, you'd be surprised. And so I started peeling things back, and Sarge is definitely transracial.
All right, so
definitely.
What about you?
Let me get 5 more seconds.
Okay.
And man and woman is definitely socially. That is social.
That's all.
That is
No other
social
definitions, right?
all right.
That's it?
Listen, y'all keep dragging this out. Miss Antoinette, welcome to the show. How you doing?
Well, thank you. How are you, Tyrone?
All right.
Good. I would like to address Sarge on something, if you don't mind. Sarge,
Please address the transracial.
Sarge, is he still here?
Yeah, he listening.
Yeah, I'm listening, madam. I'm awaiting your comments.
Hello, Sarge. I'd like to know, what do you think this end game is going to be with Trump? Because I don't see anything good coming from him. And that's my opinion. That's the way I feel. I don't like Trump. I never liked Trump. So, but where do you think that he is going to take this country and specifically the black people of this nation? Where do you think he's going to have us at if he has his way?
Well, I'll be the first one to admit that the Trump administration can have positive or negative connotations or end results for the United States, and it's all dependent upon the degree of resistance to his policies. Now, just like Abraham Lincoln's had negative connotations for the United States in the form of a civil war, the Confederacy immediately left the Union when he was elected. So I guarantee you it's entirely possible his administration could trigger a disastrous cascading series of events. Then, on the other hand, it might trigger a great renewal, particularly of manufacturing and jobs in the United States. So it could be either or a combination of both. So I don't mind admitting that because I actually call balls and strikes, and I'm looking at the level of opposition presented against this man that I've never seen to any president since Abraham Lincoln. And I say to myself, it could go either way. That's an honest assessment. I don't know. But I'm inclined to think, given the fact that he is as decisive as he is, that he will be more likely than not able to tamp down most of the resistance and implement most of his agenda. That's what I think is more likely. But the latter is also possible as well.
Yes, he's going to implement his agenda, but it's going to go down the toilet. This country is going down the sewage right now.
That's your opinion.
In real time. No, well, you're white. You're white in your mind. So
now we're going to get silly now. You're just going to be stupid all night long.
Go visit all the
Are you just stupid? I mean, you got nothing else to say but that.
America.
You have no meaning. I made a considered response. Whether you agree with it or not, that's the best you can do.
Go visit all those
I swear to God, man, you guys are pathetic. Charlie Kirk really exposed you motherfuckers for what you are. You're pathetic, you're childish, and you're juvenile.
Go visit the trailer parks across America. That's it.
What do you do? Hey, Sister Elisa, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, Sister Elisa, I would like to say something to you and also to the other giggly lady in the back. She's not too smart. Sister Elisa, do you know the difference between a sex and gender, Sister Elisa?
Between a sex and gender? It took me a while to finally get an understanding, but I think I do, yeah.
Okay. So you do. You know there's a difference, right?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to teach the old one who likes to giggle.
Okay, Howard. See, now you keep throwing shots now. When somebody start cussing you out,
well, She threw shots at me.
And
by
they
the
like
way,
to
for
lay back
everything
pretend
I
like
said.
it's an innocent
All right.
virgin maid. Fuck
So
you.
we know, Sister Elisa, us studied people and read people know that there's a difference between sex and gender. Sex, male and female. Gender is man and woman. Sex refers to a biological and physiological characteristics such as chromosomes, hormones, and reproductive anatomy, typically classified as male or female. In contrast, gender, men and women, is a social and cultural construct that includes socially defined roles, behaviors, expressions, and personal identities that vary across societies and over time. Now, I'm just trying to teach the giggly ones in the back that are actually so dumb they don't know it.
All right, see now y'all want to start cussing out each other. I ain't finna do that. You got to stop
No,
calling
ain't nobody.
names.
Tyrone, I want to ask
giggly
Sarge.
one.
I want to ask Sarge a question.
Took you dumb, giggly one.
Howard, see now if Sister Ottawa cuss your ass out, you ain't gonna. You shouldn't say shit because she's sitting there
And I will
taking it.
cuss her ass out right back.
She's sitting here taking
That's
it.
just facts.
Now you keep calling her
She's not
names.
smart.
Okay, Howard,
She's
that's
not
enough.
smart.
Okay, I'm not gonna do this. Go ahead, Elisa.
Yeah, Sarge, you know this whole the whole murder of Charlie Kirk and how things is playing out. They're gonna have the big funeral and all of the whole things. They're streaming it. I want your opinion. This reminds me of. Okay, now just hear me out. This reminds me of Reinhard Hendricks. What is all about to happen? Do you see some similarities in that?
When you said it reminds you of what? I didn't hear what he said it reminded you of.
It reminds me of an incident in Prague, and I think it was Prague, involving Reinhard Hendricks. That's what this reminds me of. It's just so much of the Heydrich, yeah, Heydrich. No, it's Heydrich.
Of Monrovia and Bohemia, who was appointed to be the manager of the rump state of Czechoslovakia by Hitler. Yeah.
Yes. And this everything that's playing out is so much as that playbook. This reminds me of that.
So you equate a man who engineered.
No, I'm not talking. No. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking.
The final solution.
No.
He
That's
literally engineered it at the Wannsee conference outside of Berlin in 1942. He set up the whole scheme, the whole plan.
I know all that. I know all that.
All of it.
I'm not.
Charlie Kirk was analogous to him.
Just keep going.
Sorry, you listen. Hold on. Okay, everybody be quiet. Sarge, you're not listening to what she's saying. She's
You're not listening. You did this. You did this last week. I'm not comparing the men. Yeah. I'm comparing all the pomp and circumstances that's about to take place. Not the men. They're two totally different, two different eras. One did this, one did that. One was about this, one was. I'm not comparing the men. I'm talking about the pomp and circumstance.
Okay,
that's what it feels like.
All right, so you're saying then that people could use Charlie Kirk's death for nefarious purposes to create a crackdown and essentially institute a police state in a similar manner to the destruction of Lidice and all the things they did to check people after he was killed. Is that possible? Of course it is.
Bingo! That's what I'm talking about.
Now, when we start to see the outlines of it taking place, I guarantee you, I know what I'll be looking for, and I will tell you, you know what, Sister Alicia, you just might have been on to something. It's going down. I guarantee you, I will not disregard such a thing.
Okay, I just wanted to, and if you see signs, when I see signs,
I don't see signs. I just said it's possible.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if we see signs, you will be honest about that, and because we will discuss
I don't
that.
like tyranny anymore than anybody else.
Okay, there you go.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Why do you think I got all the guns I got?
That's a lie.
That's what I mean.
No matter who runs the government, I'm basically afraid of it.
That's a lie.
Okay, so Tyrone, can I say something?
Go
Can
ahead.
I say something? Let me say this, Tyrone. I want to say this because SARS misunderstood. I'm saying this to Google. I was
Yeah,
not
I agree. I
comparing.
misunderstood, and believe me, I corrected it. You didn't say that they were the same.
Okay, that's all I wanted to make clear for Google. That's all. And for anybody else who may be listening.
Google, Alicia did not say Charlie Kirk and Reinhard Heydrich, the Reichs protector of Moravia and Bohemia, were the same type of person. She didn't say it. But let me read this. What I was reading. Let me read what the Oxford Dictionary says a man is. That's at least as good as ChatGPT. The first definition they give is a noun. Man, an adult male human being. Number two, a human being of either sex, a person. Example given, goodwill to all men. Verb, of personnel, work at, run, or operate a place or equipment to defend a fortification. The firemen manned the pumps and fought the blaze. Archaic, fortified, the spirits of courage of all. He manned himself with dauntless air. Exclamation, used irrespective of the sex of the person addressed to express surprise, admiration, delight, etc. for emphasis. Man, what a show. So as you can see, you got ChatGPT, you got the Oxford Dictionary. You know what? I'm going with the Oxford Dictionary. How would you do what the hell you want to do?
Well, go
can I
ahead.
just get in here real quick? Hey, Sarge, I think that Charlie Kirk's murder is closer to the whole situation with George Lincoln Rockwell than anything else. And I think the same thing is going to happen to his father.
I can see you're analogizing the two men, but since their character was so entirely different, I think that's a bit of a stretch. But we got to admit one thing, Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X did meet with George Lincoln Rockwell and they had lengthy discussions with him.
Yeah, Tyrone, it seems to me that these trans people have the issue with outbursts and anger issues about simple definitions and things. They also seem to have a problem with AI and ChatGPT, but that's probably an age thing. That's really an age thing. So, it's all good. I've made my point tonight. I feel good. Transracial, ABC.
You seem like you found some new definition of smarty pants for a new definition of man, and I guarantee you didn't. You just found some idiot who programmed ChatGPT to say something stupid and progressive.
Why don't you look up Big
You
Mouth?
find nothing new, man. The
Hey,
old
get your
definition
Webster
still
Dictionary
stands.
and look up Big Mouth.
You mean like you when you look in the mirror? Hell yeah.
They have anger issues, as I was saying, Tyrone, prone to
Yeah, I'm an
outbursts.
angry little slimy backstabbing motherfucker like you. You're damn right I am.
Tyrone. And as I was saying, the same way that the right, wants to take guns away from transsexuals, I would get behind them for taking guns away with these transracial people, Tyrone. That's all I'm going to say.
Make your proposition to Congress, baby.
Yeah.
Make your proposition to Congress, even get it put on the floor.
They're
Who knows what you're giving these damn Democrats? You probably could get somebody in a Democrat committee to put some shit like that up. Do it.
Sister Lisa, they're not all there mentally. And I'm sorry. You know what? I want to apologize for triggering them, Sister Lisa.
No, all you got to do is put in a video of how these transracial people act, and when there comes to discussions about gun control, and that's all you got to do.
Oh, you mean like Malcolm X? You ever see that picture of Malcolm X with an M1 carbine standing by his window opening the curtain? You want to include him in that transracial bullshit of yours? Well, get out of here. You better go talk to somebody who don't know anything about history.
Sister Lisa, I want to apologize for bringing up the term. I knew it probably would trigger them, but the truth is the truth, and it's just what it is, and they're proving it tonight. And So I apologize to you and to Tyrone for actually even bringing it into the discussion. But when you hold a mirror up, some people just don't like what they see. It's just what it is. And to the giggly one, have a nice night, man, and read a damn book.
Well, you just can't stop talking about me, can you? I live rent-free in your fucking empty dome, don't I? You have anything else to say about something other than your phony descriptions from ChatGPT?
Stupid.
I don't think you do.
Would you say giggly one? Did you say stupid? Can you define stupid? Let's do a test on you right now. Can you define stupid, giggly one?
Stupid, demonstrative of a singular lack of intelligence or reason.
I'm not talking to you.
And that goes along with you. Well, I'm not the giggly one. Let them do it.
Talking to you.
Whenever you're ready to have a real description, let me know, because I'm going to hit you with both barrels.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the giggly one in the back. Do you want to define stupid? You just use that word. Do you want to define it? Because it probably applies to you more than me, who doesn't know the difference between sex and gender. Why is there two different words?
You know what a man is. A man's an adult human being.
Probably applies to you. I'm talking to the giggly one. Why is there two different words?
I bet you knows what a man is. He don't have no progressive notion from chat fucking GPT.
Hey, I'm not even talking to you, bruh. Translation.
Hey, that because I'll whip your goddamn ass if you do.
The only thing you're doing is hollering and cutting.
Well, I'm hollering and whipping your ass. So what?
Yeah, dang. All right. The only thing you're doing is hollering. Giggly one, do you want to answer the question?
And whipping your ass too.
What is the definition of stupid, giggly one? Adwa.
Why are you insisting on picking a fight with Ottawa? I don't understand that. She ain't bothering nobody.
She insists on giggling and making
let her
comments
giggle.
in the back.
Jesus Christ, she is not bothering us.
If she's gonna make comments, she's gonna make comments in the back about everything everybody says. Then step up.
Ottawa is not bothering anybody. I don't know what the problem is.
Well, she talking under her breath. Put herself, but go on mute. Then you want to talk under your breath? Go on mute.
We're on an open platform, and everybody's line is open.
Well, and she wants to be addressed then.
Okay, if she did, she would listen, nigga.
Be addressed.
If she did, she would say something. She's clearly not saying it.
I can't stand these octogenarians.
Okay, well, she's clearly not saying anything, so why you keep doing that? Go ahead, Elisa.
Man, she was making all kind of comments in the back.
Go ahead,
now,
Elisa.
I was just going to say, it don't seem as though not many of us get along over here. It's not. But it's funny. It's funny. So. Anyway, I'm going to go because I got to get up in the morning. And Sarge, we'll be looking just in case those spies show up. I hope they don't.
Well, look, Lisa, I know we don't agree, but I really don't mind engaging with you because you actually engage in meaningful dialogue. We ain't got to agree. All we got to be is clear. I don't mind whatsoever in engaging dialogue with you, and I do regret the possibility that I may have distorted you trying to analogize Charlie Kirk to Reinhard Heydrich. I do regret that.
And the only reason that I felt some way about that because people are crazy out here. And it don't take much. It don't take much.
I know.
And I'm talking about the proper circumstance, but we got that cleared up. Tyrone, we got it cleared up. Tyrone, we'll speak next week. This has been fun. I had fun. I mean,
okay.
Everybody arguing, but I had fun.
Oh, before you go, Sister Lisa, real quick. If you want to watch a good movie about the assassination of Heydrich, there's two really good ones. One is Operation Anthropoid, which was the name of the operation, and the other one was I can't remember the name. I'm gonna get it for you in just a minute. But there are two really good ones on his assassination and his life under Hitler. So they'll give you a really good idea of what he actually did and what he was like.
I know what he did. I know a lot about what he did. It's just that the
Those two
death.
movies are really good, though. They're really well done.
No, I'm gonna check them out. It's
I know you like the movie, so I just thought I'd pull your coat.
it's just that it was a lot of death, a lot of a lot of death. And the thing is, he didn't really have to die, but we all know what went on. He was waiting on German doctors, and he died of sepsis.
The name of the movie, and I think it's the better of the two. Operation Amp is pretty good, but the better of the two is Killing Heydrich.
Killing Heydrich. Okay.
Killing Heydrich. And it stars Jason Clarke in the lead role.
I'm gonna check that out.
It's the better of the two. I think you find it very interesting.
Killing Heydrich, because I've been watching a lot of this stuff. There's so much of it. It just seems, I know we don't agree. It just seems to be so parallel with a lot of things that's going on now. And I don't see how you don't see some of it, Sarge. Some of it.
No, well, if you're you ask me a question, could anyone use this in a dastardly way? Absolutely.
No, I'm not just that, but I'm just saying some of the things that went on during that era. It just seems to be some of the things seems to be parallel to some of the things that we're seeing now. You don't see some of that?
Oh, yes, I do. I most definitely do. I think our perceptions might differ a bit, though.
I agree, but you see some of it.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Okay. That's all. Good night, everybody.
All right, good
y'all
night,
behave.
sis.
Good night, Sister Lisa.
Take it easy.
Hey, Sarge.
Yes.
Do you is there a difference between being stupid and ignorant?
Yes.
What's the
Many
difference?
intelligent people are ignorant. Many stupid people are not as ignorant as people who are more intelligent. They know some things. You're stupid about the application and
what
their
is the difference,
interpretation.
Sarge?
Ignorance simply means either a misapprehension of things or a complete oblivion to them. Whereas stupid means an inability to correctly process or behaving in a manner that is inconsistent with an intelligent application of fact and circumstance.
All right. So when certain people
I mean,
call
there's a
people,
difference. I mean, they ain't the same thing. I
know there's a
ignorant to the same thing.
all right, you were for the most part
But it
correct.
didn't have to take 10,000 words, man. God,
I took my time myself, nigga. 15 fucking seconds. Stop that shit. That really pisses me the fuck off. I try to be concise if nothing else. Now, you ain't got to agree with me, goddammit, but I don't ramble half as much as you motherfuckers here do. And I make a point of it.
So Sarge, calm down. So when a person
When I do that shit, nigga, I didn't take 1,000,000 words.
So when a person has an inability or refusal to grasp or process information, that is being stupid, isn't it?
No, that's intransigent, not necessarily stupid.
That is being stupid.
It could be somewhat aligned to stupidity, but that's just stubbornness or intransigence more so than the other.
That is stupidity.
Well, that's what you say. I say that it's a bit more complex.
An ignorant person, they don't know, but they do have the ability. If you give them the new information, they have ability to grasp it, take it in, and learn. A stupid motherfucker, like a lot of motherfuckers on this phone.
Okay, listen, I'm gonna do this right here because you keep
grasp.
shooting shots over there. I ain't finna sit here and listen to y'all start fussing because you've been doing this for about an hour. So I don't know what
you know. Am I trolling? Are you saying I'm trolling?
I don't know, but you keep talking to Ottawa for some damn reason. I guess you want to fuss with her or something.
Well, she wanted to fuck with me. She
ain't said shit, Howard. Goddamn, you the only one been talking. Goddamn.
Look, man. Look. Okay, Howard, if you want to make a point that more people on TRS are more intransigent than they are stupid, you know what? I'm going to have to agree with you. Some people just want to reject some information, no matter what it is. They just don't wish to believe it. And they just say it's just not true. Doesn't matter how much corroboration, doesn't matter how much objective criteria that you could point them to, they just refuse to believe because they don't want to. I was that way myself. I know how it is.
You were that way?
I used to be
Hey,
a
what the
great
fuck
deal
are you talking?
that
Shut
way
up. What are
myself.
you talking about?
Couldn't nobody tell me that Dr. Yakub didn't graft white folks on the island of Patmos 6,000 years ago? I believe that heart and soul. You couldn't tell me nothing no different.
That's because you stupid.
Well, no. Well, hold on.
Man, that's for damn sure. Just like you are now. You're damn right I was.
He's the one that called in here. He's the one that called in here tonight, arguing that race wasn't a social construct, and he was so ignorant and stupid about race being a social construct until he figured out it was a goddamn social construct. So who the hell are you talking about?
No. What I did was point out to you that Charlie Kirk said the same thing. I believe race is scientifically provable, and I also believe it can be used as a social construct. But for me, the primary definition is scientific. For you, it's social, political, and cultural. We just have a different way of deciding which has a paramount and premier importance in definition.
Okay, well you did.
You got one way of looking at it, I got another, and we ain't never gonna meet.
Okay, well you did what you always do. Come on here and change
Damn sure will. I promise you. You ain't changing my mind on shit until you're right, and you ain't never right.
No, you just changed what you came on here initially saying. That's what you just did.
I know what I said, Lyrone. You can't hear or you see now. I wanted to. Because I know goddamn well what I said. You got to play it right the fuck back. You know, goddamn, I just said what I just said, not what you just said.
You don't want me to play the tape back.
You always do this shit, man, because you can't win an argument with me.
I'm not trying to. I really ain't. So that's not even a thing.
It's futile. You can't win against me because you make shit up.
I'm not trying to.
And all I got to do is point out what I just said and what you just said.
Yeah.
That's easy to win.
I'm not trying to argue with you. All right.
Well, Tyrone, I wish you just would blow him out the water with your intelligence and just ignore the hollering or mute his ass and just blow him up with the facts, man. Don't be
he don't let me talk. He and then he complained to people about him being muted.
He don't never accuse me of making shit up about him though, because I don't need to. The more I tell the truth about what you say, the sillier you look.
Does he know he just cut you off, Tyrone?
Yeah, see, that's what he does. That's what he does.
Hey, y'all, don't be fooled. Sarge so stupid, he get confused on a 99-cent stack of red Holo cups, okay? Sarge be stuck in the Dollar General trying to figure out the stack of cups.
I'm taking notes on that
How
one.
do they get those cups stacked like that?
Yeah, that was cutting edge insult there.
Hey, Sarge, I got a real question, man.
Okay, what's the real question? I'm making a real question now, not a half.
I have a statement. I have a statement.
Okay.
This show could go so well with you and Tyrone having an actual back and forth instead of you cutting them off and hollering and do you know it would the viewers would go so well if you could control your outburst. You act like you got Tourette's or some shit. If you could control your outburst and you guys have a real back and forth, one gets his complete thought out, the other gets their complete thought out back and forth. Do you know it would be like fucking YouTube Gold, but you just can't.
You not notice how me and Elisa talk? Do me and Elisa ever agree about anything? No, but we have rational discussions because we just present our point of view, listen to the other, and respond to what the other says. I don't call her names. She don't call me names. That's all it takes. That's all it takes.
Okay, see, Howard, I want you to notice. I want you to
Tyrone,
notice
what he said was some bullshit.
Well, no, I want Howard to notice what he just did. Howard introduced the question about me and Sarge answered the question with him and Elisa. So
right.
And the contrast, the way you talk about me, you call me an idiot right away.
Well,
I'll be in that room putting up comments, and you call me this. So I retaliate in kind. You know I'm a counterattack. That's what I do. I was a good counterpuncher, and I know how to counterattack.
You a bum.
Man, look, hey, if you gonna keep doing that shit, I'm gonna keep doing it too. It's just the way it's gonna be.
I don't know what you're talking about, but that is not what happened.
You know what I'm talking about. I'm playing like you a virgin. You been fucked.
What the fuck are you talking
do
about?
that shit, man. You act like you're so motherfucking innocent.
Oh God, I don't know what the hell you talking about. But that ain't what
You
happens.
know what I'm talking about.
Every time I start speaking, you start speaking. That's exactly what happens. So I don't know what the fuck that's about.
That's not true. I do much often, but not all the time.
Yes,
No,
it's all the time, Sarge. Trust me, it's
that's
all the
not
time.
true.
When I tell everybody on here to shut up, let Sarge talk, and you go for about 10 goddamn minutes saying the same old
And when
stupid
did I
shit,
ever go for 10 minutes?
that's a
I
lie.
like to know that because I do time myself.
Just did it again. You
I mean, a
just cut him
long
off
time for
again,
me is
Sarge.
5.
You see what you're doing now? You see what you're
I
doing?
time myself. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I
But-
know I didn't go. I don't think I've ever gone for 10. Well,
Let
when
me-
I did the show, I did.
Let me ask you a serious
That
question
was
right
not
now.
it.
Let me ask you a real serious question.
I'm serious.
Okay,
I ain't
I'm
never
gonna
gone for
ask you
10
a
minutes.
real. I'm gonna ask you a real serious question. And this is the instant right here. Think about this instant right now. Who was just talking before you just started speaking?
Me. Well, look, I'm on a speakerphone. I'm a little way away from the phone. I might not have heard the other person speaking.
Oh.
You know, I had 20% of my
He
earrings
don't-
shot away by
listen.
a North Vietnamese border man.
Listen,
and
he-
I ain't even put in a claim with the VA.
Listen, he got it bad because he don't even realize that I was talking. He said the other person. He just.
All right, well, I might have missed it. Okay, I apologize then. I didn't hear anybody talking when I started.
So you didn't hear me at all.
Not that time. I've heard you other times interrupt you, but not that particular occasion.
So we see what the
Tyrone.
problem is. He blocks me out completely.
Tyrone, could you look up the difference between dummy and moron?
Yeah.
Politically incorrect. You're going to get canceled.
Hey, Sarge, you said you got 20%. How do you know you got 20% of your hearing gone?
Well, I exaggerated a bit. It's more like 10%.
How do you know what percent?
You done lost your fucking lying mind.
I went and I had my hearing checked.
Okay, he coming up with excuses because if he can have a back and forth with everybody else, Elise and everybody else, he can have a back and forth with me. He just choose not to. Who's this
Wait a minute,
unknown caller?
no, seriously, I had it checked. I went and had it checked because I said I was hearing ringing sometimes, all shit.
Okay, you
I
can't
got a
hear.
bad concussion shot, man, from a mortar that didn't hit me directly.
All right.
I was
So
between me and a tree. I caught most of the shrapnel, but I got blown the fuck back. I couldn't hear.
okay,
Medics treated me. I had ringing in my ear for a long time.
who's the new caller? Who's the unknown caller?
No, it's me. I'm back. Hey, I just want to say, Tyrone, I'm seeing a trend with these transracial people, man. They're prone to outbursts, yelling. I mean, it must be some kind of genetic defect in the transracial genes.
And you saw that's a typical comment from a racist like you. You got a thing against transracial people now. Now you racist all right.
Sarge is crazy, man.
Boy, Sarge, if you could tone it down and hone it in, bro, you and Tyrone would make a fucking great show. I want to propose
I'm ready.
that y'all
Anytime
do
Tyrone is ready to be civil, I'll promise you I'll be as civil with him as I am with Elisa. I promise.
I don't never say shit to you.
Oh,
I just don't.
bullshit. Oh, bullshit.
I really don't.
Well, as
Well,
the saying goes,
I can be
I love a
accused.
good circus, just can't
I could
flip a
be
clown.
accused of saying shit about Sarge, and I'm gonna just go ahead and step out on a limb and call him Trans Peckerwood. His legitimate name is Old Peckerwood. Me and Sister Nobody gave him that name. Old Peckerwood is Trans Peckerwood. Ain't that something? That shit got a nice little ring to it, don't it?
Well, I'm telling you what, you just go ahead and pursue this nonsense all you want, because I've had it with this identity shit. I ain't contributing to the madness anymore. I'll leave that entirely to you. You will get no cooperation from me with your mania. I'm going to leave that to you.
Hey, Sarge, let me ask you, do you think that transracial people exist? Is that a real thing?
Oh, now you're getting silly. Now you're actually making it serious? Hell no, I don't.
No, you don't?
Unless you're Rachel Dolezal, that goofball. Yeah, she might have thought it.
Well, she is transracial, right?
Well, that's what she calls herself. She's a fucking idiot.
Well, hold on, Sarge.
Hey, she's as bad as that Elizabeth
Hold on,
Warren,
Sarge.
that fake engine.
You just sparked something. Hold on, Sarge. So let me ask you a question. Do you think at any time during the Confederacy that there were black men that act exactly like their Confederate leaders?
Look,
Come on, man. Don't try to weasel around it.
have much of a visible presence in the Confederacy as far as their behavior in alignment with their masters or with their superiors. I don't think there's that much that's recorded. There's some, I've read of some of it, but for the most part, they were just trying to fit in their original or their self-described identities. They weren't trying to appropriate.
We adults here, bro.
Trying to appropriate any white people's identity.
We are adults here. You don't think there was at least one black man? That's what the fuck I asked you. That's what I just asked you.
Okay, so what is
You
that?
walked a mile. You walked a mile to do 2 feet.
Okay, does the exception prove the rule then?
Just answer the question, dumbass.
I just did, and I said I'm not impressed.
Okay, I didn't need your extra. Now I can finish. Okay, I appreciate you answering it. The fact that you think that at least one existed, all right, proves Howard's dissertation on transracial. Just that idea alone that you can't eliminate at least one house nigga. You can't, because you know the possibility's too big, right? Right. So that proves Howard's dissertation, his theory. It's a proven. I believe transracial exists. I believe.
Insignificant anomalies. I'm not going to be concerned about it, and I'm not going to obsess about it.
All right, hey Tyrone, I'm gonna get out of here, Tyrone. But I want to say this, man, to everybody on this phone. For me, the most important thing that we own on this planet is our mind. Don't let anyone outside influences corrupt what is the most important thing that you have that controls all your daily thoughts and everything that you do. Protect your mind. Don't let anybody, as my guy Unc say, your intellectual real estate. Don't let anybody get in there and mess with that, because it could mess you up truly. And I'm being real with that. It can mess you up, man. Protect your minds, people. That's for everyone. That's all I want to say, y'all. Peace, man.
All right. Look, guys, I got to hang up too. So YouTube, look, I'm getting ready to shut y'all down. Sorry, you can stay on here and yell all night long. Anthony, if you want to call back in and Bob the mama's boy, you can. But I'm getting ready to get off here. I'll talk to y'all later. Let me open these lines first.
Q&A session is over. All participants are unmuted.
Tyrone, don't be inviting that damn weirdo nigga to become fucking